Okay, beautiful. Hello and welcome everyone to Contact and Consciousness. I'm your host, Eesha Patel. And I'm really excited to embark on these next couple of days together. We have the most incredible lineup of guests for you. But before we get into that, I'd love to share a little bit about why we created this specific event. I've been a contactee for over a decade now and have met with human and non-human intelligences, 20 different races I've connected with. I'm currently working towards my PhD in intergalactic communications and diplomacy. My latest paper is called Intergalactic Communications, the role of consciousness in contact with non-human intelligence, and that is going to be a really big part of the theme that we have for today. So we have some incredible people for you. We've got some people behind the scenes, and today our superstar guest that we have is Ross Coulthart. He's going to be coming up soon. I also run a regular event called 5 Days to 5D, where we help people connect with their higher self and their galactic guides. And as we go through the event, we'll be sharing a little bit more about that as well. And you can learn about that through the link in the description. Now, we've got this banner up, guys. Can we just take this down so we can see our faces? Beautiful. That's better. Excellent. Okay. So, in the last couple of years, I've been guided to take a look at the disclosure conversation. And the one thing that's become really, really obvious to me as I went down that path is that there's this entire community of people who, really believe that life outside of Earth exists. And they're tackling it from all variety of angles. The thing is, you've got some people like Avi Loeb who are building giant telescopes and they're trying to find physical signs of life. And then you've got people who are looking into government cover-ups, the whistleblowers like your David Grushers and your Nick Popes who are looking into that side of things. And so there's a lot of different people at a lot of different angles that are tackling this topic, and we're trying to all get to this same point, which is where is the truth? And then, of course, you have another huge proportion of experiencers and contactees like myself, and even abductees who claim to be having these experiences for years. And so that really asks the question, well, what is really going on? And so this is what we're trying to explore in Contact and Consciousness. So we have specifically put together a lineup of speakers who will address this from lots of different angles. You've got your Ross Coulthart, who's a journalist. You've got people like Vivian Chauvet, who's a galactic ambassador for the Arcturians. Then you've got people like Shelly Reef, who use sound, frequency, and alignment, and people like Alan Steinfeld and Ray Hernandez, who's come through with an academic perspective on contact. And so we're going to be looking at it from all of these different angles, the journalist, the academic, and the spiritual approach as well. Our vision for this event is to bridge the conversation between the scientific and the ufology community and the evolving spiritual consciousness movement to create a unified, vibrationally aligned discussion about disclosure, contact, and consciousness. And the mission is very simple. It is the solstice right now. And whenever we have these beautiful galactic gateways, it gives us an opportunity to come together in groups like this and raise the vibration of the planet. So, through creating this elevated conversation and also the experiences that you're going to have throughout this event, we're going to create this beautiful connection, but as all of us coming together. So, joining me in this vision and mission, we have our co-host, Andrea Fong. Andi has been a dedicated student of this work for many years, formerly a lawyer. She's now helping others awaken and step into their true life purpose. And we're so, so grateful for Andi's presence and perspective during this event as well. Welcome, Andi, our co-host.
Thank you so much, Isha. Hello to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. I don't even have words to describe how honored I am to be able to co-host this Contact and Consciousness Summit with Isha, and alongside clearly in my mind an exceptional lineup of pioneering thinkers, researchers, contactees, and experiences. And especially at a time when discourse like these are becoming not only more relevant, but increasingly necessary. So, over the next 2 days, we'll be exploring some of the most compelling questions facing our world today. Number one, what is consciousness? How far does it reach? How do we interpret experiences that challenge our current frameworks of reality? And how can we have rigorous, respectful conversations across the spectrum from hard data to deeply personal encounters? And this summit is about expanding the conversation thoughtfully, critically, and with open curiosity, right? We're here to bridge the fields that don't often sit in the same room: science and experience, inquiry and intuition, theoretical frameworks, and real life phenomena. And today's speakers bring a diverse mix of perspectives, from investigative research to lived contact, from human performance to intergalactic communication. We're here to explore the exciting complexities of consciousness rather than flatten it. So, thank you for being here. Like, not just to listen, but to really openly engage. So, now, before we move into discourse and data, the juicy stuff, we begin with something essential but also foundational: the quality of the space we're in, intellectually and emotionally. That really matters. The tone we set at the start shapes how open, focused, and grounded we remain as we navigate quite challenging, complex ideas. So, to begin this summit, we're going to be inviting someone who works precisely at this level, creating vibrational coherence through presence, resonance, frequency. So, our first guest performer, she has traveled the world in pursuit of spiritual wisdom, from Buddhism to shamanism to quantum science and everything in between. She has had a 20-year career in design and in performing arts that has led her to work in Broadway, the Olympics, and the White House. She has given lectures and trainings all over the world. So, of course, it is not surprising at all that she is a meditation expert, a sound healer, developer and owner of her own therapy harp healing certification, and co-developer of anti-gravity restorative yoga. And what really stood out to me personally is the fact that she refers to her agenda of no agenda, other than awakening inner joy and compassion in the hearts of as many fellow human beings in her lifetime as possible. And as someone who intends to bring joy-based motivation into sterile, cold corporate spaces as a way to catalyze growth and ascension, I resonate with this very, very strongly. All of Shelly's work and modalities contribute to loving and supporting off-planet guidance. Now let's have this guest set the energetic space and anchor in the frequency for this event. Let us welcome Shelly Reef.
Are you there? Ah, there you are. Welcome. Hello.
Hi, I just had to, I'm just going to move myself back out a little bit. There we are. That's better.
Beautiful. Welcome. We'll let you take the floor.
Thank you so much, Eesha, and thank you for that amazing introduction. Uh, it leaves me not needing to say anything about myself, my journey, other than about right now, what's happening in the world. Even inside of, since the beginning of 2025, there has been such an unprecedented awakening and unfolding into the conversation of consciousness. And every conference that I go to, I find that our scientists, our um, our AI experts, everyone from every angle of this conversation is having to talk about consciousness around everything else that we've created in this world. And I really believe that part of that is the pod has to do with the podcast, the telepathy tapes, which began playing, I think, maybe around the beginning of the year, and now has become a global sensation. And it's really bringing that conversation of telepathy into an arena that is grounded in in clinical trials and science. And so it's becoming undeniable to us that we are connected at a universal level. And so we've known about this for a long time. Many of us have been on this through the spiritual path. And so what I want to really start to interweave here are all the different aspects of this.
Sorry
There's
to
the
interrupt you there, Shelly. Could
no
you speak
worries.
up a little bit? I think because you've changed your microphone, people are having a little
Ah,
bit of trouble hearing. Thank
thank you. Okay, I'm going to go into my back end right now. Um, we had some massive solar flares here this week, and it really made differences in all of my technology. And so I set up my studio as usual and found that my microphones aren't working as they should. So I'm going to move this over here. Is that better? That should be better.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Thanks, Shelly.
Okay, great. Fantastic. All right. So, what I would like to do today with everyone is kind of interweave these different arenas of focus having to do with off planet contact, both positive and negative. It's very much like life. On Earth, we experience polarity. We experience the light and the dark, the good and the maybe not so welcome in our life. And so it is also with our off planet contact. There are those people who are going through what we call the abduction programs, and that's a very real conversation having to do with the grays. And then there's also people who experience wonderful, benevolent light beings, the blue light beings, the white light beings, all kinds of intelligent intelligence that comes through. Usually in the psychic mind and delivers this intelligence. And so I'd like to welcome that there's arenas in the mind in which all of this work is happening. Whether we're contacting our off-planet guides, our high selves, or having a conversation with off-planet intelligence, or if we are maybe being manipulated, it's the same arenas of the mind that are being utilized. And it comes down to if we're intentionally utilizing it or quieting it, or if it's being quieted for us. And so at the end of the day, it becomes very, very beneficial to understand these different arenas of the mind and to practice and gain the skills to be able to navigate your own mind and to be able to maybe say no when we need to say no, how to set up protective barriers around our mind when we need that. So believe it or not, the same arenas of the mind that are affected during ET contact are also the arenas of the mind that are affected during telepathy and hypnosis, and also things like astral travel. So what I would like to do today is take you through a process with the instruments. And in a minute, I'm going to open up my screen so that you can see the instruments better that surround me before we go in. And invite you to come into a present state if you'd like. Some people like to wear headphones during this, so it kind of shuts everything else out. Maybe you can start making yourself a nice, comfortable spot to be in right now. Maybe a place to lay down. If you tend to fall asleep, then maybe it's sitting up. A straight spine is always really helpful because it helps the energy flow through the body and communicate from one chakra to the next. So as you make yourself comfortable for this brief journey, I'm going to go in and see if I can open us up to the background. And there we go. will just take a moment. Oh, that was a fun ride. Hi, there we are. All right, lovely. So, welcome to my studio. These are all of my lovely instruments. I specialize in the therapeutic harps. The harps are played on the bodies of people, so that the vibrational frequency goes directly into the body. This is a monochord, of course, the crystal alchemy bowls. All of these are instruments of frequency, and frequency, as I have learned from a lifetime of contact, frequency is the language of the universe. It's the language through which we communicate with off-planet intelligence. It also is becoming a very important tool in healing the physical body. I really believe that we're only at the very beginning of understanding how to use sound and frequency to literally change 3D matter for the purposes of healing. So just know that as we go through this process, even though we're focusing more on the mind right now, it's okay to ask for the healing frequencies to go to any part of your body or your life that needs a vibrational healing, a readjustment right now. And you can think of that as a restoration to your original true alignment, your original true alignment of every cell in your body as a beautiful flower of life, if it's not too flowery of a description for you. So the best thing to do is to dive right into this journey, and then stay tuned, because afterwards, right at the end of it, I'm going to kind of tell you where we were so that you can return there as you might choose to do in the future. We'll be traveling to the two parts of the mind that we would use when we're either visualizing for the purpose of manifesting that which it is that we want in our lives, and then the other part of the mind where we travel to when we need to become a receiver, when we need to receive intuition, inspiration, receive vision, rather than intentionally visualize. And so you might guess, if you know anything about minds, that those two arenas of the minds are the frontal lobe and the pineal. So with that, just finding yourself in a aligned, comfortable position. Relaxing the hands, bringing the hands to a symmetrical position, right to left. Whether or not they're touching, have the right and the left hand exactly mirroring each other. And have the intention of releasing all of the energy stored in the hands, all of the work that the hands have done to you this year, done for you this year so far. Likewise, make sure that the legs are uncrossed, If you're seated in a chair, have your feet flat on the ground, or maybe the legs are crossed underneath you. With every sound of a crystal bowl, I invite you to visualize a form of sacred geometry, a flower of life, or any other geometrical shape that calls you to be overlaid over the whole of your body, like a map, a symmetrical map in which you rest and surrender your energetic field into. Allowing your energetic field to become balanced, harmonized. Whether your eyes are opened or closed, to whatever solid object is in front of you. It could be a wall. It could be your computer screen. And just place all of your awareness there. What is the temperature like there? The surface, the air pressure. Draw back 50% between whatever it was you were focusing on and your forehead. So now you're hovering the whole of your awareness in mid-space. Feel what it is to be boundless on every side and every direction. Be expansive, to have no boundaries and no surface above, below, or around you. Draw your awareness inward towards your forehead one more time, so that you're now hovering your awareness just in front of your forehead. Feel the temperature of your physical body. Feel what it is to be inside of your immediate energy field of your body, your auric field, yet outside of your body. Take a moment here to just send your awareness through the whole of your auric field surrounding your body, and send a little shimmer through your auric field. Time now to draw your awareness inward one more time. This time to the inside of your physical body, as if you're hovering your awareness just behind the forehead. physical body. What is the environment? What is the frequency feel like inside of you? And just allow for any adjustments, any restoration to fullness, to authentic, original blueprint, to that beautiful flower of life, that sacred geometry in its fullness, wholeness, and complete balance. That is you. And as we're hovering here inside of the self, I'm going to ask that the guides, the spirits, maybe angels, maybe high self, whatever it is that you align with in this lifetime to guide you, protect you, and watch over you, comes present now. And so that you feel and are completely protected and in alignment with only and absolutely that which is as and of your highest good on every level and aspect of your being throughout all dimensions of time and space. I'm going to invite you now to draw to your mind something simple, something that you can clearly and easily visualize, something simple and accessible as well, that you can visualize in your mind. And right now, as if you're staring at a screen on the back of your forehead, project that visualization there, as if you're projecting it on a screen at the back of your forehead, looking at it from within. And as you look at that which you are wanting to draw into your life, go ahead and ask to also feel the feeling of already having it. Fades away or changes or your mind wanders, just dial it in one more time. And now where you were holding that visualization, just visualize a 5-pointed star, a golden yellow 5-pointed star. See it in all its simplicity. No meaning, no symbology. A simple exercise in visualizing. Now allow all visualizations to just crumble to dust, gold dust, and blow away. And we're going to continue the journey to a very different experience. Within your mind, at the forefront of your mind, imagine that you're turning your awareness 100% in the opposite direction to face inwards. Towards the center of the mind. Imagine that you're moving quickly along a path inwards towards the center of your mind, towards a brilliant light. And the closer you become to that light, the more peaceful you feel. The closer you come to the light, present, the more surrendered, the more peaceful you've become. And as you move right up to that light, it calls you to simply step inside of it, and you do. Here in this brilliant white light, you're free from all stimulus, free from all external thought. The mind becomes clear, free of any need or desire to use the mind in any certain way. The mind simply becomes still, quiet, present, nothing to see, nothing to do. As if floating inside of a cloud, receiving the light of that cloud. Space, the nothingness that is also the all of everything. You see something forming, coming into view. And what is coming into view is your most beautiful, perfect sanctuary. The most beautiful place to be that has ever existed on Earth or beyond throughout all of the universe. There is no place that you would rather be and and there is no limit, no bounds to what it is. It is simply the most beautiful place that has ever existed. Allow it to come more fully into view. See what's there. Allow it to be shown to you rather than created by you. What is beneath your feet in this place? What is over your head? Surrounding you. Here in the center of this most beautiful place, you find a place to rest your body. It could be a throne, a chair. To this place, you feel yourself align with your authentic, true essence, your high self, your original, authentic truths. That within you which is eternal. Mind's eye resting now in this place, the center of your own private sanctuary. Becoming connected, entirely, wholly, fully. With the essence of your own high self, simply receive any gifts, whatever it is that your high self has to gift you. Just receive. Allow what you receive to be beyond any intellectual imaginings that you may have ever had. Invite you now to observe your current environment as if you're memorizing it, as if saying, I'll be back here again. Observe the connection with high self any connection with guides, benevolent intelligence. And as we begin the gentle journey back, just imagine that you're leaving a trail of light so that you can return here at any time you desire. Mind's eye rising from that resting place. Having one last look and feel all around you of what's here in your most beautiful sanctuary, all the ways that it heals you and holds you, and that it is eternal and always there for you. Moving back into that beautiful cloud of light through which you first entered. Feel the purification of the light once again. Time now to step back out of that light onto that path that you took into the center of the mind, and retracing your steps back towards that spot at the very forefront of your being. Feeling the light at your back, holding you always. Feeling the presence of the sanctuary, grounding you. I'm going to invite you now to look forward once again to that spot. The back of the forehead, and intentionally visualize here, using a very different part of your mind now, the part of your mind that chooses. And this time, visualize there at that screen at the back of your mind, the world, Earth, humanity, as you would see them and visualize them in their greatest glory, living in absolute harmony, balance, peace, with all other humans, with nature, and all living things. Humanity living in harmony and balance, with all of our friends throughout the universe. Humanity becoming a part and a welcome part of our cosmic community. One last breath here. And that journey home. So once again, observe your environment, where you are right now in that forefront of your mind, the region of the frontal lobe, where we visualize what we intend with intention. And as if once again leaving a trail of light so that you can return also here anytime you wish. I'm going to ask you to float your awareness once again forward, this time outside of the physical body, and just hover your awareness there in front of your forehead. Become aware again of your auric field, your energy field that surrounds your immediate body. And maybe notice any differences here from when you visited recently. We send a little shimmer of light through your auric field, reawakening this time, returning back to the 3D world. Time to start finding some movement in your fingertips and your toes, a little deeper breath, stretching the space around your heart. Moving your awareness out, away from your body, in front of the body, back to that point in front of you, your computer screen or your wall, wherever it was before. And then expanding your awareness out to all that surrounds you in your 3D world. What is the temperature? What is the source of light that falls on your body? Where are you in the world? What time is it? And with that, opening your eyes and returning here. Welcome back. Thank you so much for taking this journey with me. We're not quite done yet. So now is the perfect time to talk about the arenas of the mind that can empower us, both in protecting ourselves and also in being in intended communication with off-planet intelligence, with each other through telepathy, with animals, with trees, with earth. And so let's talk first about the moment that we visited. That place at the inside of our forehead. We were gazing forward at a screen at the back of the forehead. And there we intentionally visualized. First, we intentionally visualized ourselves having what it is that we might be intending in this world, or the thing, or whatever it is, the object of our intention. We visualized that. Some of you are going to be able to see it really clearly. Some of you will more have a sense of it. People are all very different in how this works, but in all people, it activates the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is very powerful because it has this secondary effect of quieting the rest of the mind. That's why it is the first step in all meditation. So the frontal lobe is the part of the mind that becomes quieted. We quiet the frontal lobe when we go into deep states of telepathy work. Certain aspects, if we're receiving telepathy, or if we're receiving channeling, or we're receiving communication from an off-planet source, for instance, then we quiet the frontal lobe. Uh, However, the frontal lobe is what becomes very active when we want to intentionally visualize for that purpose of manifesting what it is we want in our lives. And we did 3 practices there. First, we visualized something that we want for ourselves. Then we simplified it and we visualized a 5-pointed star. Sometimes that exercise in itself allows people access to that frontal lobe arena. So whatever way in it is for you is fine. After we took the journey inward and we were coming back out, we took a moment on the way out to visualize a 3rd time there at the frontal lobe Earth in her awakened state. When we as a human species evolve into that place where we truly have communion with our cosmic community in a benevolent and peaceful manner, that's what we were visualizing there. It's a really good thing to visualize on a daily basis, and I promise you, if you do those visualizations, you will start to manifest around you the changes that need to come into place in order for that to happen. And that could include timeline shifts, positive timeline shifts. So that's the arena of the mind to access. Now, we went to another completely different arena of the mind for a completely different experience. And that was the pineal. We followed that path in. We saw a beautiful light. We moved into the light. That's always a good time to bring in your guides, your protectors, whoever it is that you may align with to protect you in this lifetime. Just to make sure that you remain completely sovereign. Because the pineal, that inner place, is about surrendering and relaxing. There's no intended thought there. This is where we let go of all of that and allow these visuals to come in. This is where we're receiving if we're in telepathy and we're receiving from the other person, it's coming in through here. If we're receiving off-planet contact, it definitely comes through here. And this is where we are shown rather than thinking about it and choosing. This is where we receive visualization, inspiration, intuition comes through here. And so when we go there, we go to our own sanctuary because this is a very safe place. When people find this inner sanctuary, it tends to stay the same for the rest of their life. So when I want to receive off-planet channeling, I soften myself rather than thinking and getting very strong in my mind. I do the opposite. I relax, and I do so in a way that also is safe and protected. And I go into this very safe place, this inner sanctuary, to allow this communication to come through. So I don't have time to go deeply into it. I do teach 5-hour courses and sometimes even 3-day mini retreats having to do with telepathic communication. You can find that on my website at shellyreef.com. I'm trying to do a telepathic training once every 6 weeks. So I invite you to join me there. I just want to say that at this time, as consciousness comes so strongly into this conversation and everything having to do with off-planet contact, the telepathic mind, and basically our spiritual journey and our connection to off-planet energy sources all seems to be interweaving in this amazing way. This is the perfect time to do that inner work and empower yourself in that journey so that we can all play together in that arena. Eesha, I see that you're
Thank
back with me. Hi.
Yes, thank you. That was so beautiful. You always give the most beautiful transmissions, and I love how you weave it in with the contact work that we're doing as well. And I just want to just briefly mention our next speaker should be here in a few minutes, but you mentioned the telepathy tapes, and that has really taken off in the last few months, like really taken off, you know. So I mean, my latest paper that I've got, it's sort of heading towards preprint at the moment, is exactly about telepathy in the context of consciousness and communication with non-human intelligences. And I think, you know, that's really where this field is going. And as we move into the next conversation with Ross Coulthart, who's actually just come in behind the scenes here, that is something that we want to talk about as well, because, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about this extraterrestrial and the disclosure. And now you're coming in with frequency and you're bringing in telepathy. And I think more and more people are heading in that direction with the conversation as well. So thank you so much, Shelly, for being here today with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you for kickstarting the conference, Contact and Consciousness, with your beautiful sound transmission today.
Thank you so much, Eesha. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. And everyone here is in for such a treat with Ross. He was an absolute sensation at Contact in the Desert.
Yeah, yeah. I plan to ask him all about that. I really wish I could have been there this year, but yeah, as you know, we met there last year as well. So yeah, beautiful. Can't wait.
Yeah, it was a very exciting year as Dr. Diane Powell of the Telepathy Tapes was there at Contact in the Desert doing presentations, and we also had live presentations of a mother and a nonverbal autistic child demonstrating astounding telepathic abilities in front of a room of 1,000 people. And there's something that happens in that moment when the room goes from, is this real? They're kind of down here thinking, is this real? How can I debunk this? How can I,
Yeah.
how can I make it not real? And then the moment that everyone understands that this is really happening, it is real, it goes from here to here because the information that these our nonverbal friends are bringing through telepathically is much bigger than I can talk and you can hear me telepathically. It's I bring the wisdom of the universe and am here to teach you about how consciousness works on a universal scale. And so the second that we can get beyond, is it real? We can go here in a heartbeat and we're in that moment. So it's very exciting time. And I'm sure you're going to peel back many layers of that in the next 2 days here. Everyone's really in for a treat. You're the best, Eesha. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
And
Shelly.
I apologize to everyone for my little technical difficulties at the beginning.
It's all
uh,
good, Shelly. It was
yeah,
beautiful. Thank you so much, hon.
yeah.
All right,
Thank
let's
you.
bring on our next
Blessings.
guest in just a moment. So that was such a really beautiful way to kickstart, and I hope you guys really enjoy this incredible sound segment and transmission that Shelley's brought through. Andy, did you love it?
I absolutely love it. The moment she started playing, I was really in, and I was like, oh, I don't want to get out of this. This is so good.
I
So,
know, right? What a beautiful way to kickstart, and I love it. And you know, our next guest, I mean, it's only going to get better from here, right? So, our next guest requires very little introduction. He is a top Australian journalist who's been an absolute pioneer investigating UFOs, UAPs, and contact. His investigative work has reshaped the global conversation on UAP secrecy and national security. Ross Coulthart is an award-winning journalist currently serving as a correspondent for News Nation in the United States. He is best known for his in-depth interviews reporting on UAP whistleblowers, most notably his 2023 exclusive with David Garouche. And also recently, he was at Contact in the Desert. He's done some UFO tours in Sedona. So we have lots of exciting things to talk about. Welcome to Contact and Consciousness, Ross Coulthart. Let's get your video on, Ross. You there? There
Sorry
we
about that.
go.
I
No,
was
welcome.
sitting there thinking, wonder why she can't hear me. Okay, no worries at all. Hello, everybody. Nice
Welcome.
to
And
talk to you.
first of all, it's always fantastic having another Australian. You spend a lot of time with the Americans as well, so to always get an Australian accent on these things is fantastic, right?
I think an Australian accent is actually an asset in dealing with the Americans because they accept that we're all crazy and uh, they, uh, they put up with our eccentricities. But no, we've got many good American friends, and we're all in this together, trying to get to the bottom of what this mystery is all about.
I love it. Well, first of all, Ross, I have to say at a personal level, I am actually just a huge fan of your work, and I was so excited when you said yes to join us in this summit. And I, of
Cool.
course, have read your book, watched your interviews, done all the things. And I know you were recently at Contact in the Desert, which I want to ask you about as well in a second. But I really want to kickstart the conversation with this. So the topic of this summit is contact and consciousness. And sometimes it seems like they're two very different ends of the spectrum because you've got people out there who are experiencers, you've got people like Avi Loeb building telescopes, you've got people like David Grush who are making all sorts of nice claims and whistleblowing from the inside. So there's a large spectrum of what contact looks like. And more recently, what I've heard you say, Ross, in some of your interviews is you've been leaning towards this idea that maybe there is more of a consciousness element to this. So where is the research and journalism currently sitting on that point?
Good question. I can tell you at the very beginning of my research, when I was still working for Australia's 60 Minutes, and I was actually based for a week in Washington, D.C., doing another story, that was when I first started reaching out to people in the defense and intelligence community and asking them frankly what they thought of the idea of me writing a book about UFOs, UAPs. And I remember at the end of one session in a bar in Georgetown, which is a nice upmarket part of Washington, D.C., where people go and have a drink, one of the people sitting across the counter from me said, "It's all about consciousness. UFOs are all about consciousness." And I remember thinking, what a crazy idea. Consciousness has got nothing at all to do with UFOs. Obviously, we're talking about a technology from an extraterrestrial civilization, and why would consciousness have anything to do with it? And I can tell you in the preceding, gosh, 7 years, 8 years, um, I've gone right through a complete transformation. I could never understand, for example, why Leslie Kane, my good friend who also wrote a great book about UFOs, why she went from doing UFOs and doing the great scoop in 2017 for the New York Times with Ralph Blumenthal, and why all of a sudden she started getting into spiritual ideas of life after death and things like that. Now, I'm increasingly certain that whatever the phenomenon is that lies behind the notion of a non-human intelligence, I'm not even sure if it's non-human because I suspect it is advanced future human, but it's certainly, there's probably a bit of it that's extraterrestrial. But I think by far the most interesting part of it, and this is where David Grush took me when he went public with me in 2023, is interdimensional.
Mm.
And the idea that if there is a non-human intelligence, and the journalist in me feels I have to preface that by saying if there is a non-human intelligence, which I'm pretty sure there is, um, I think we have to look at it increasingly in terms of why are they interested in us? And I think a large part of why they're interested in us is because of hitherto unrealized human potentials that have to do with, I suspect, our capacity to engage with a non-local consciousness. And I think all through human civilization, spiritual, mythological ideas, they've all seeded this notion that essentially, if you go right back to the Mahabharata, the Vedic traditions, there's always been this idea of humans, simple, puny humans, being able to connect with the other realm. And I think that I don't pretend to know the answers, but I'm increasingly fascinated by the fact, and in fact, I'm going to a conference in Spain in a couple of weeks' time to listen to Sir Roger Penrose and Professor Stuart Hameroff, both of whom advocate a hypothesis for human consciousness that it may in fact be non-local, i.e., we're not meat computers, we're not just meat suits with a brain inside, that we have a soul, perhaps, that is able to engage through our pineal gland and through things called microtubules in the neurons of the brain, and that somehow there is a capacity that human beings have to engage with that other, whatever that other is. And I wish I knew the answers. I wish I knew what it all is. What I can tell you is that I'm talking to a large number of people, including people in the US defense and intelligence establishment who want this story out, who tell me that an understanding of human consciousness and the capacities of the human brain, notably psionics, the capacity to in some way connect allegedly with a non-human intelligence, is absolutely inherent and fundamental to our understanding of whatever this other is.
You've really come a long way. I mean, I know way back in the day you started off to actually debunk this. You were a non-believer, right?
True.
So that's where you started. I know you've come a long way since then. And now you're saying not only do they exist, but we're going way into the woo-woo bucket of consciousness and psionics and remote viewing and spirituality and soul.
Yeah.
And so we've just dropped a lot of words there, right? So I have to say, Ross, first of all, that's a big transformation on your part. But second of all, I think we're getting closer and closer towards this truth that people are trying to find. And if people like David Grush are saying, look, there might be something interdimensional about it, it raises a different set of questions. And that set of questions is anything from, well, how do they get here? How do we communicate with them? Can we control the communications ourselves? Can we ourselves initiate contact? And I know recently you were in Sedona and also you were at Contact in the Desert, and you've had some experiences where you actually went out and did a UFO tour. I'd love to know a little bit about what you experienced there and what transformation that had for you when you were sitting there and seeing this before your very eyes.
Okay, well, let's start with Esalen, which I think was in August last year. So Esalen's this beautiful, gorgeous counterculture retreat, 3 hours down the coast from San Francisco. It's perched on the edge of the beautiful Pacific Ocean on these gorgeous high cliffs. And it's very much, I mean, it's run by gorgeous people, really beautiful people who volunteer and stay there. And it's very focused on meditation and spiritual ideas. And it's one of those places where you just go there and you can feel your brain opening up. And I think that played a large part in what happened. But the reason I was there was because before I went public with Jake Barber, Jake and I had been talking for some considerable time. And I was aware Jake was involved in creating an organization known as Skywatcher. And Skywatcher is based on essentially replicating what he has, he tells me, and I'm pretty sure he has, witnessed inside what's called the Legacy UAP retrieval program. And for a lot of your audience that is still skeptical, I'm 100% convinced that the United States is lying through its teeth, that there are sections of the government that are fully aware of an ongoing multi-decade retrieval program involving non-human technology, craft, objects that look shaped like eggs, lenticular discs, triangles, and a whole variety of different shapes, and that there's been a retrieval program underway where the United States has been acting, I think, often grossly unethically and immorally to shoot these objects down by first attracting them both with an electronic dog whistle that they've developed, which is an electromagnetic RF transmitter, and also, incredibly, and this was a real eye-opener for me, with the use of what are called psionics, people with psi abilities. I say psi as in PSI. And it's a broad term. It's a buzz new term that, funnily enough, came from the intelligence world, because I think a lot of people have a stigma about telepathy and psychic phenomena. You've mentioned Kai Dickens and Diane Hennessy Powell, who I happily met at Contact in the Desert. I'm in no doubt whatsoever that the phenomenon that they're encountering involving autistic, high-level autistic kids is real, and that there is some capacity in the human mind, especially for people who are in some way disadvantaged or disabled from being able to communicate using normal oral, verbal, or written communication, that these autistic kids, these beautiful kids, have developed this incredible ability to communicate non-verbally using some form of telepathy. So let's put the debunkers aside for one moment and just keep on going in the acceptance that there is something called psi phenomena. What I became aware of, even before I'd met Jake, and I remember I raised this with Dave Grush, not the other way around, Dave didn't even know about it, was that there was this psionic program inside the US government, and that contrary to what has been said publicly in a very lovely, funny movie called The Men Who Stare at Goats, starring George Clooney, the Pentagon never abandoned its program into the powers of the human mind, the so-called Stargate program. It did use and continues to use human subjects for what's called remote viewing. They're an incredibly important intelligence asset that is still used to this day by the US government, and I'm in touch with people who are working for the US government doing psionic remote viewing. But what I was twigged to before I even got to meet Jake was the fact that the people in the program told me that they are using people, largely, increasingly people of Native American background. Apparently Cherokee and Navajo American Indian people are particularly good at doing this because of their deep spiritual connection to the environment. They discovered that there are certain human beings that have what you call a psionic ability, which is an ability to, in some way, use their mind to connect with this non-human intelligence. And it attracts that intelligence. And sadly, I say sadly because I think it's a scandal. I think the fact is that the legacy program of UAP craft retrievals has been using psionics, mainly people recruited from Native American tribal communities across America, and increasingly people from overseas, from countries where there is a deep spiritual connection. These people are being sought out by the US and being used to essentially attract, invite, summon, whatever you call it, craft. And in the course of those summonings, craft are being shot down using high pulse microwave weapons. Now, I know this sounds like an episode of Stranger Things, but I'm in no doubt whatsoever it's real. And I was talking to Jake, and he eventually admitted to me before he went public that he was involved in that program and that he'd seen this technique being used. He was familiar with the psionic pods that are used by the psionic operators to essentially put themselves into a meditative state and attract the phenomenon. And incredibly, it's real. And yes, I'm increasingly in touch. I've been reaching out all around the world ever since I expressed interest in this phenomenon. I've been contacted by literally hundreds of people who are in touch with what they say is a non-human intelligence, in some cases communicating with them and sending them messages and details. Now,
I have to ask, I mean, this is all fantastic information, and the one thing that just keeps going through my head right now is, but why would they shoot them down? I mean, I see so much potential for humans and these beings to come together and work harmoniously. Where do you think that motivation is coming from?
Oh, look, in a beautiful world, Eesha, we would live in a happy, clappy world where Israel and Iran would sit down and apologize to each other for shooting at each other, and we'd all be very happy, clappy, and we wouldn't be aggressive, and we wouldn't let the blokes run the shop. We'd put the girls in charge because, frankly, they seem a lot kinder and more reciprocal. But we don't live in that kind of world. What we live in is a world which uses violence as a way of resolving conflict. And
Don't you think that's don't you think it's a very limited view though? I mean, so I'm a contactee myself, I'm an experiencer, and I've only ever had good experiences. They've healed me, they've helped me manifest things. I mean, I've always had beautiful, beautiful, positive experiences. Is there some fear around that? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
No, I mean, what you're up against, is the indomitable bulwark of the A-type human male that runs the militaries around the world. They perceive anything they don't understand as, by definition, a threat, and they take it extremely seriously. So in the 1940s, when the US first retrieved alien craft and alien biologics, alien beings, sadly, they interpreted it as a national security threat. And then when they realized that there was perhaps utility in being able to develop and hopefully get breakthroughs in understanding the technology behind these craft, which frankly they haven't been that successful in doing, they covered it up. And that's why we've had a cover-up since 1952, when the Robertson panel, the CIA investigation into UFOs, made its finding. essentially that this was no threat to national security, which was the stupidest thing I've ever seen, which is, essentially a cover-up. And so ever since then, we've had a concerted effort by the national security state of the United States, the Russians, the Soviets in their day, and now the Chinese. They're engaged in what David Grush admitted to me was a Cold War, a secret Cold War, competing for access and control and knowledge of this technology. And that essentially, I think a large part of the ongoing secrecy surrounding this program, the flat out lies told by senior levels of the US government, including the White House, the reason why they're concealing this is because they hope, they expect that it will give them some kind of foreign adversary advantage in the event of any conflict. And sadly, I think that, as you say, Eesha, a lot of people like yourself as experiencers report to me that the context that they've had with a non-human intelligence have been very loving and very kind. I've only spoken to a few, very small number of people who say that they've had malevolent contacts or unhappy contacts. And it does seem that the vast bulk of what we're talking about is benevolently and very kindly inclined towards humanity. The tragedy is that the people who are in charge of engaging with that phenomenon on an official governmental basis, they're guys, they're blokes with a stick up their ass, and they've got this view that, they need to protect the world from whatever threats exist, and they think that the Russians and the Chinese are a threat. Like you, I kind of despair at the moment because here we are, we're closer to a nuclear Armageddon than any other time in human history. There's literally a hair's breadth from nuclear war in the Middle East right now. Even Tulsi Gabbard, the National Director of National Intelligence in the United States, has very unpopularly with her president warned about the dangers of escalations in the Middle East. And wouldn't it be wonderful if Israel and Iran and every other nation in the world that seems to hate each other could just forget their differences and think of themselves as human? And what better way to do that than to recognize that we're all human beings, part of a multi-species universe? Wouldn't that be the most beautiful thing in the world? Sadly, there are men in suits, men in uniform who take a different view. They think that it's important to preserve a foreign adversary advantage and that we still have to fight a war potentially against Russia or China. And for that reason, we need to keep this stuff secret in order to give ourselves some kind of strategic advantage.
Do you see a hopeful outcome anytime soon? I mean, due to the political divide and all the cover-ups at the moment, there's a really big concerted effort right now to bring disclosure. Do you actually see that happening, or do you think what's happening with some of the ATIP and all of that is just another sort of fluffy screen, smoke and mirrors type of thing?
Oh, no, I don't think ATIP's a smokescreen. I don't think a lot of the current UAP disclosure efforts by people like Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon, a lot of people suggest there's CIA plants or some kind of proxy. I don't believe that at all. I see no evidence of that at all. I think that Lou was probably going to be part of an attempt by the government in 2017 to do some kind of controlled disclosure in expectation of a Hillary Clinton presidency. And people don't realize this, that if you go to the WikiLeaks emails and have a look at the emails of John Podesta was in conversation with, of all people, Tom DeLonge, the rock star from Blink-182, and they were having conversations with General Neil McCaslin, General Michael Carey, two very senior US Air Force generals, and they were discussing a controlled disclosure with the head of Lockheed Martin, a guy called Robert Weiss, who headed also Skunkworks, which is indubitably involved in the legacy program. And what happened was Clinton didn't win. Trump won. And ever since then...
And the chances of Trump doing a controlled disclosure?
I don't think there's Buckley's chance in hell. For our international viewers, that's a very remote chance. I think Trump is basically as under the behest of the national security establishment as every other president before him. Sadly, I don't know what they put in the president's coffee, but they literally scare the bejabbers out of them when they get into power and tell them something that discourages them from speaking publicly about the UAP issue. As you would know, President Trump, in the run-up to this most recent election, was being very open and candid, saying he wanted to open up the UAP files. And he pledged the same degree of openness on the UAP files, the UFO files, as he has done and demonstrated with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, the RFK files, and the Epstein files. But the one area that he has still resisted following up on and doing what he promised to do is UFOs. And there's a huge question mark as to why that is. What is it that they tell the president that stops them from being open and telling the public what they know? I know Mr. Trump, President Trump, has been briefed because I've spoken to the person that briefed him. And I know that President Trump is aware of a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet. Why do presidents, year after year after year, continue to not tell the public this truth? And why does the Pentagon continue to participate in a complete lie, a total disinformation psyop that is intended to fool the public into thinking that there's nothing to this NHI story and that it should be the subject of stigma, ridicule, and taboo? I wish I knew the answer to that, and I hope it's not simply because there are guys in suits in uniform who think they can win the next war by using the technology that they've been able to develop from these NHI technologies. I wish I knew that answer. I'm certainly probing for an answer into that, and I can tell you I've spoken at a very, very high level to people in the Trump camp. Nobody can give me an adequate explanation.
I think it's probably a little bit more complex when it comes to the reasons why. I mean, I have my suspicions around what it might be, but I think, what we're seeing, and I love your thoughts on this too, is regardless of what the government does, the people are looking to the skies, right? And this is something that I love what Avi Loeb says is the sky doesn't belong to anyone. It's open air. You can look up, you can see what happens. And if it is consciousness based, really, Ross, there's nothing stopping us from going out into our backyards, doing a CE5 or meditation or remote viewing or whatever, and asking the craft to show themselves. And I think more and more people are having that experience. So regardless of what the government does or doesn't confirm, what do you think is going to happen if the starships just make themselves visible to the general public?
Well, I mean, it's a very good question you ask because, frankly, I do think if this disclosure is going to happen, I think it's going to happen because the non-human intelligence think it's time for us to know.
Right.
And
What
look, I
makes you say
don't.
that? Do you have some intel around that or just a personal suspicion?
No, I mean, I'm certainly talking to people in government and in the intelligence community who think that we're on a very limited timescale for
Right.
how long this cover-up can be continued. They think it's laughable as well. I mean, I speak to people who chuckle at the absurdity of the continuing Pentagon position that there is no evidence of non-human intelligence engagement with this planet. I mean, that's just a flat-out lie, and I believe very strongly it's a lie because I'm speaking on a regular basis to people who are in the legacy program, who are involved in working directly on non-human craft and who are fully aware of what the human governments have been doing in connection with this mystery. What they can't explain to me is why there is this continued cover up, and they think it's implausible because what they're describing to me is a ramping up of NHI being overt. And I do think that at least part of what the government has been at pains to try and portray as a drone flap over the continental United States and different parts of Europe in the run up to November, December, January last. I think part of that was NHI being more overt, showing itself over the world. There is a question mark in my mind, though, whether we humans have to earn
Oh, that's a very
access.
interesting point. That's a
Yeah, I
very
mean, well, let me develop it because I guess I'm talking to an awful lot of people, hundreds of people who purport to be in contact with an HI. And you take that with a grain of salt because you've got no way of proving it. Often they say they're receiving telepathic downloads. And what strikes me is the commonality of what they're telling me. These are people all over the world, people from many different countries, no connection at all between any of them. And without going into detail, because this is something I'm still working on, I'm really struck by how common the descriptions are of what they're saying they're being told.
Mm.
And I think there is a requirement that we human beings have to become much more spiritual and kind human beings before we are ever going to be let into the club. I suspect that there are NHI, if such NHI exists, of course, feel the need to say that, looking at us with some degree of despair, thinking, are these primitive apes really worthy of admission into whatever comes next? And I do think that from everything I'm hearing, we're on the cusp of a transformational change in our idea of ourselves as humans. I mean, look at us. What a pathetic bunch we are. Here we are. We're in the 21st century and we're still fighting wars, trench wars in Europe. Can you believe that people are slaughtering each other in such a barbaric
It's no
way
wonder
in this
they
day
don't
and
want to
age?
make contact. I mean, imagine if you're the ET looking at a planet and you're going, should I go visit that planet? And you see them killing each other and they haven't solved
Yeah.
poverty and health issues. I mean, you'd think twice. Like, I kind of get it from that perspective.
I mean, if I was prime minister or president right now, I would make it mandatory that along with all the STEM subjects and English and history, um, students have to do yoga and meditation in
Oh,
school
yeah. I love
and
that.
and and learn how to use their minds. I mean, I think the key to all of this is the human mind. I think what interests them, the others, is our minds and our capacity to engage non-locally with this consciousness. I think they want to engage with us. I
Do you
suspect.
think we've had this ability in the past and lost it? Because there are some ancient tribes, like for example, the Dogon Mali people, ancient African tribe. I mean, their case is well known. They talk about the Sirius A and the Sirius B, and without telescopes, you would never see that because you look at it and you think Sirius is a single star system, but it's actually binary. And they've been saying for as long as they can remember, they said the Sirius beings from Sirius B came down and told them that there are two Sirius planets. So like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think, and even actually Australian Indigenous people, they talk about the Pleiadians, the Seven Sisters, the connection, the star people, not as a myth, but as a fact. So do you think we've maybe had this in the past and then we've lost it somehow?
Well, we know that a lot of ancient mythology, which is commonly treated by scientists as fables, we know a lot of that ancient mythology is rooted in scientific truth. I mean, the Bible talks about the Great Flood, and we now know that around about 12,500 years ago, as Graham Hancock's made a living out of talking about, there was the Younger Dryas, and that essentially there was some kind of catastrophe that happened on this planet that wiped out a large part of what was on the planet at the time. I don't think it's at all impossible that there were prior civilizations and that some of the great monuments on this planet today, things like the pyramids, things like the objects at Peru and Bolivia and other parts of the world, I suspect that there may indeed have been ancient civilizations that were wiped out. And one of the things that is a question mark in my mind is um, whether a lot of the things in spiritual ideas and mythology, fairy tales, if you look around the world, there's always been the little people, the Fen, the Jinn. There's always been in spiritual beliefs this belief in some kind of other realm, and there's no absence of data to support the idea that there might have been something substantive to actually justify that. Are we perhaps coming back into tune as humans with the possibility that there is another? And when we made that moment, I think, what's his name? Descartes. There was this guy called Descartes, a French philosopher, who essentially said we had to move away from these mystical ideas and superstitious beliefs. And he was right. We embraced modern science and the idea of the scientific method. And for the last 500, 600 years, we've used this as a way of assessing and measuring our universe with a very materialist way of assessing truth, evidence. But I think even the best scientists privately admit that that materialist take in science is not adequate to explain everything in the universe. And this is where we're wrestling with the UAP mystery. There's indubitably a there there. Even the Pentagon now, the US Defense Department, has officially admitted that there is an authentic UAP mystery, contrary to the completely disingenuous, lying article that the Wall Street Journal put out as a lickspittle of the defence establishment trying to mislead the public a few weeks ago. The UAP mystery is real. And we need to start with that as an acceptance of the possibility that what has been described in our mythical beliefs as the little people, fairies, elves, goblins, maybe there is another. And maybe there's been attempts by different human societies all around the world to describe the same thing, something just out of our peripheral vision, which has always been there, perhaps monitoring our development and perhaps waiting for a moment when we are so sufficiently spiritually advanced that we can begin to engage with what might be a wider universe of intelligent beings. I don't think we're in any position to graduate right now. I think we're failing. And I think what the world needs to go through is some kind of countercultural reformation where we go back and have a look at Descartes' ideas and maybe embrace the spiritual without necessarily embracing the woo. I think we have to acknowledge that there is something in the Vedic traditions, in the even the early Christian beliefs, a lot of the Christian mythologies that come through in the Bible and biblical teachings, they reflect something that we commonly treat as just stories, biblical stories or ancient Vedic stories. But what if they're describing something real? And what if human society, with its over technologization, with the fact that we spend our whole lives stuck in our faces stuck in these things, are we losing a connection with a spiritual environment that is intrinsically part of being human?
You ask such fantastic questions, Ross. And one interesting thing. So I've been to Roswell and I've checked out the UFO library there. And then I met with a guy there called Frank Kimbler who claims to have the pieces of the UFO craft, which he showed me. And then he said to me, this is the world's second largest UFO library on the planet. I said, of course, well, where is the first? And he said, well, it's in the Vatican. You've mentioned Christianity here. Apparently, they have a really large portion of documentation relating to UFOs and UAPs. Have you ever investigated that?
Yeah, in fact, a friend of mine, Professor Dr. Diana Walsh-Pasulka, has written a book called American Cosmic, where she talks about how she and a guy whose real name is Tim Taylor went to the Vatican and had the opportunity to look at the Vatican archives. And I know she's currently doing research based on her access to those archives, going back well over 1,000 years, recording anomalous phenomena. I mean, there's an astral traveling nun who, I've forgotten her name, and I won't try and use it because I'm sure I'll get it wrong. But there's a great story that Diana tells of an Italian nun, or maybe it might have been a Spanish nun, who centuries before the Spanish or the Portuguese went to America, she was part of Indian mythology in America. And that the tribes there described seeing a woman who looked like essentially a human nun as one of the sort of people that astrally appeared to them in their tribal mythology. These are things that are recorded in the Vatican archives, and I find it hilarious because you've got a situation where the American government, the Russian government is conspicuously quiet, but there are senior people in Russia who are saying this is real, including generals in their military. The Chinese are also conspicuously quiet, but the American government's starting to leak like a sieve. I mean, how many individual officials do you have to come forward who are willing now to say that they have direct personal knowledge of engagement by the United States with a non-human intelligence? And could that non-human intelligence explain what's been part of human mythology going back tens of thousands of years, and as we say, recorded in the Vatican archives going back at least 1,000 years?
Yeah, wow. Going back to something you said a little bit earlier on, you said there's lots of different types of craft, triangle ones, dome shape. There's so many that are out there. What was the tic tac shape one? They're quite common as well, right? And I'm curious if there's any information that you know of, have heard of, or spoken to about the origin of different types. I know, and just to add the spiritual lens in here, because we are weaving the two worlds together, the spiritual end of the spectrum, people are saying there's lots of different races out there, you know, and they exist in these higher dimensions, and from these higher dimensions, they can make themselves manifest through consciousness into a physical form, and craft from different spaces or different races have specific shapes to them. Have you come across any of this through your conversations with the defense side, or is this more on the spiritual side?
No, no, there's no taxonomy of craft that I'm aware of. All I know is that such craft have been observed. I'm not privy to places of origin. And in fact, if they are interdimensional, I think it may be meaningless for us anyway. I mean, I certainly think that the extraterrestrial side of this is much less significant than the interdimensional, or possibly also, how does one say this, crypto-terrestrial. I think there's a possibility that what we're talking about may already be here, and that it may be living in our Earth or in our oceans in ways that we cannot access.
How could it be living in our Earth? Are we talking like
Well, I mean,
inside?
we know that these objects are capable of moving through time and space without worrying about what they hit. I mean, we've seen imagery of craft. Jake Barber described it to me. He saw, when he was on the range, he saw craft apparently coming out of the ground with no apparent opening. I think that there is a serious possibility that the technologies that these craft are using are able to create a bubble in front of them that essentially displaces time and space. And it makes the existence of physical barriers like earth or water irrelevant. And it would explain why craft can move vast distances across a universe, including interdimensionally, without hitting stars or planets and causing huge damage to themselves or the occupants.
That's pretty mind-blowing. I mean,
Mm.
it's okay, let's just say what you're saying is it's not even like a wormhole. You're saying that they're actually going through physical matter as if it doesn't exist. What does that mean about consciousness and the reality that we're living in, if that is possible?
Well, I mean, the idea of that kind of space-time drive is actually theoretically possible. It's just that we don't have the energy to achieve it. There's a guy called Alcubierre who postulated this some decades ago, and it is, I'm told, technically possible. And there's some reason to suspect that the United States might be in the early stages of trying to develop that technology. Um, my understanding is that they've had significant materials science failures because part of the problem for them is that, yes, they are spending an awful lot of money in this legacy program trying to get these technological breakthroughs to develop things like this Alcubierre drive, but that basically they're being frustrated by the compartmentalized secrecy and security that they've wrapped the whole program up in. Um, wouldn't it be wonderful if the human race just abandoned all pretense of secrecy, and if we collaborated as human beings in a human Manhattan style project to share knowledge and to try and get these breakthroughs? I think that kind of might be the breakthrough point for us as humans. I just think at the moment there's so much secrecy surrounding all of this. But yes, I'm told that there is essentially a technological capability, which is at least officially still only theoretical. It involves planet-sized amounts of energy or star-sized amounts of energy. But such amounts of energy are technically achievable if you can draw on the quantum energy from the zero-point energy field. And I'm not a quantum physicist, and I wouldn't pretend to be capable of being one or explaining it. But it has been explained to me that there is a technological possibility that is being explored by different countries around the world, and which is part of the race that we're talking about here. I mean, fundamentally, at the heart of all of this, there are two things that are the big secrets. One is propulsion systems, and that would be this kind of Alcubierre drive. And the implications of that are that we might be able to displace space and time in a way that is at the moment only theoretically possible. And the other is that we no longer need fossil fuels, and that essentially a lot of the energy that we would be able to draw upon could come from the quantum zero-point field. And if zero-point energy is accessible, as I'm told by multiple people it is, why is the US keeping it secret unless it's for some strategic national security advantage?
That's a really fantastic question. And also, you've just tied a loop that I've had in my head for like 10 years now because so in my initial contact with Arcturian and other non-human intelligence beings, one of the first things, the first pieces of information they shared with me is the importance of the 0 point. I actually developed a whole healing modality around it. It's a long story. But last year in the United Nations, I had the opportunity to meet with Nassim Haramein, and him and his team are currently working towards cultivating that in a physical sense. Now, I'm also not a physicist. I don't understand the ins and outs of it, but I think we are getting closer and closer to that point where we are learning how to access that 0 point energy. And one again piece of information that I got myself was the reason why we haven't had it is because the same energy that creates and can create infinitely is the very same thing it can destruct everything. So I think there's a element there. Again, you've mentioned a few times that we have to be spiritually evolved enough. We have to unify ourselves enough as a human race to be able to almost join the club, as you say, and then maybe we'll get access to the technologies, but hopefully we'll be evolved enough to not destroy ourselves in the process of using them. That's my theory. What do you think?
I mean, the best possible spin that I can put on it, I always try and think of a plausible explanation for why there's been this cover up. And perhaps the secret of 0 point energy is not as technologically advanced as we think. And
Mhm.
maybe it's literally right there under our noses and very easily technologically achievable. But as you say, maybe what can be of enormous benefit to the human race also requires us to show extraordinary restraint because it could also be an extraordinarily powerful weapon. And I'm told that there are beam technologies, notably the use of what are called scalar weapons, which are still only fictional theoretical weapons, which can be derived from this type of energy, which would be devastating. I mean, it makes apparently thermonuclear weapons look like child's toys. And maybe that's the reason. Maybe they don't want these weaponries to fall into the hands of non-government actors because, of course, our governments are so responsible with their weapons, and we know that they're going to behave properly and sensibly with weapons, whereas anybody else that gets access to these weapons would be totally reckless and show willful disregard for the kind of enormous restraint that our governments have so successfully shown in the last 300 years.
There is something really interesting, a phenomena around nuclear sites where we have an increase of activity. Why do you think it happens specifically in those areas? And do you think that these beings are trying to maybe give us a message or tell us to not use them? Or, I mean, I know in some instances they've gone and just powered them down. So, I mean,
Yeah.
what does that say?
Well, what we can say is that there is definitely a statistical correlation between UAPs and nuclear weapons and nuclear power sites. There is absolutely no doubt from the great work done by Robert Hastings in his book UFOs and Nukes that almost every nuclear weapons and nuclear power repository across the United States and indeed around the planet has been visited by NHI UAPs. And they're taking a very close interest in particularly our nuclear weapons. And anything I say from this point would, of course, be speculative, but could it be that a nuclear weapon, particularly a thermonuclear device, emits pulses or beams that can operate transdimensionally? That's certainly been speculated by quite a number of people I've spoken to, that essentially the power of a nuclear weapon isn't just its heat, blast, and explosive force, that essentially there are um, beams, electromagnetic waves that are emitted by these weapons that are potentially disastrous, not only for us, but also for our neighbors.
Yeah, wow. So, as we wrap up the conversation today, I've got a couple of final questions for you. One is I want to circle back to some of your personal experiences. I know you have had such a deep interest in this topic. You've gone and witnessed UFO tours, CE5 experiences. What have you personally seen that is just unexplainable that you have no other way to describe than it must be non-human?
Okay, I've been privy now to a number of UAP summoning events where people with alleged psionic abilities, and I think maybe all of us do have these abilities, we just don't realize it. There are some who have more enhanced abilities than others, though. I was in company at Esalen on the San Francisco coast with a psionic that works very closely with Skywatcher. And I watched, firstly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he turned to me and he said, "Ross, we're going to see a blue orb tonight." And I said, "A
But did he
blue
get some
orb?"
sort of telepathic
Yeah, he
message?
literally had a download while I was sitting with him.
Oh,
So we
cool.
were having a cup of coffee and he just turned to me and he said, "We're going to see a blue orb tonight." And I knew we were doing a summoning on the grass with all the beautiful young people at Esalen. And sure enough, at about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, we're all sort of holding hands and meditating and inviting the universe to engage. And I'm a very, very skeptical person at the best of times and thinking that this is all a bit happy clappy and a bit counterculture. And I'm feeling a little bit embarrassed and uncomfortable. And then the psionic says, "I'm engaged." And I'm filming. And at the very moment that he says, "I'm engaged," two golden orbs blink into existence on the far horizon out over the Pacific Ocean. And then, as the very large crowd of mainly young people enthusiastically, entreat these objects to come closer and closer, they do. They come closer and closer. And within a few minutes, they're very close. They're sort of only a few hundred meters away, and they are big golden orbs. And the hilarious thing was, we had that experience, and I was thinking, "Oh, that's really interesting," whatever that was. And I turned to the psionic at the end of the evening, and I said, "Yes, but we didn't see the blue orb. It wasn't blue, it was gold." And he's looking similarly puzzled. And then almost instantaneously at that very moment, a young woman who'd been on the other side of the hill at Esalen, where there are all these young people bathing nude, by the way, in the hot springs, um, she came running, wrapped up in a towel, basically saying, "Ross, Ross, Ross, come and have a look." And we were basically able to see a blue octagonal orb floating on the beach below the hot springs. And the young people who had been just innocently bathing and cavorting in these beautiful hot springs, probably in a deeply spiritual, loving way, I think the phenomenon, whatever it was attracted to them, much more attracted to them than they are to an old wrinkly fellow like me. And they basically went and had a look. And what the young people in those springs, some of them described to me seeing a kind of a coalescing blue cloud. And in fact, there is a photograph I've seen of a kind of a cloud of, oddly enough, what looked like faces beginning to sort of manifest. It's semi-translucent. But indubitably, a large number of people described seeing a very large cloud manifest adjacent to the hot springs, and then it kind of formed into this, it shape-shifted into this orb, a blue orb, which was octagonal, very clearly octagonal in shape. And it slowly moved and descended on the beach. And pretty much at the very moment that I bolted to the top of the hill, there was this octagonal orb just winking out of existence.
What
It had
did
shown
you
itself.
think when you saw that? I mean, with your skeptical mindset that you have, what thoughts went through your head at that time?
Well, I can tell you that there was definitely a correlation between the timing of the appearance of that blue orb and the prediction made by my psionic friend earlier that day. I can't say definitively, as someone who's schooled in science and proof and empirical evidence, that there was causation, that he caused that to happen. But I can certainly say that what he predicted would happen happened very dramatically. And I would love to know the science behind that, if there is a possible science that can be explained. Um, Certainly, I saw a correlative event that took place shortly after it had been predicted to me that I was going to see a blue orb, and I saw a blue orb,
And how
and
would
so
you
did
rule
many other
out
people.
hoaxes, light tricks, illusions, all of that stuff?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
How would you rule out like a hoax or a light trick or something that was
Unless they'd installed holographic imaging gear of some kind in a way that I cannot explain, which is always a distinct possibility. Why would they do that? I mean, essentially, um,
So
uh,
you're convinced that the phenomenon itself was not some trick of the eye or something like that?
well, I can't say I'm convinced. You always have to open, you always have to be open to the possibility that there is some um, ruse going on. I mean, we know that the United States Air Force in particular has participated in psychological operations to disinform the public. And as the Wall Street Journal very helpfully admitted, with assistance from Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, and perhaps one of the most idiotic stories I've ever seen in recent time attempting to cover up this issue, there was an admission made by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former head of the Pentagon's UFO investigation office, that yes, disinformation has been used, that UFOs have been used as cover to disguise stealth aircraft and to disguise other developments of other technology. But the phenomenon that we're talking about here is not explained by that disinformation operation. Um, I always have to be open to the possibility that, yeah, sure, maybe there was some guy in a submarine sitting there with a projector that I couldn't see transmitting an object that was visible to hundreds of people that night. I doubt that very strongly, though, because of the way in which I was told in a very small group of people that we were going to see a very specific thing that night, a blue orb. And I'm also aware that the same group of people from Skywatcher, who've since gone on to do the good work that they're doing, investigating the phenomenon in a scientific way, they've done multiple such summonings, 300 such summonings, I think it is, involving engagements with what appear to be NHI technology or craft appearing when they either psionically or dog whistle summon them. I mean, there is clearly some kind of correlation between the use of consciousness, the human mind, and perhaps electromagnetic RF attractive sensor systems or transmitter systems that can somehow induce this phenomenon to appear. What it is, whether it's non-human or not, I'm reserving judgment, but it's certainly intriguing, and I think we should investigate it. And I think we're well beyond the day when, as so often happens with such pathetic frequency in the media and a lot of government these days, people just lamely giggle and try and laugh it off and treat it with ridicule and contempt. I think we're well beyond that now. I think the evidence is overwhelming that there is a there. It needs to be taken seriously. The Pentagon admits it's taking it seriously. It can't explain this away, and it needs to be properly scientifically verified, investigated, and in some way proven or disproven.
That's incredible, Ross. As my final question for you, so this event is contacting consciousness, and I think you've beautifully summarized, the link between contact and the human mind. What final words do you have to say to people who are maybe still on the fence, maybe trying to explore this themselves? Is this something that we should continue investigating? Do you think there's something worthwhile for us to continue putting our time and energy into?
I think for the skeptics, a defiant rejection is not scientific investigation. And one of the things that I find most interesting is that when I squeeze every scientist, there is always at the back of their minds an acknowledgement that there is a fault in materialistic scientific hypotheses, the way that we actually investigate our universe. All scientists see things they cannot explain. And I think that we humans, rather than getting angry with the debunkers and the skeptics, what we need to do is find a way of having a dialogue. I know it's real. I know whatever it is, it's an authentic mystery that is worthy of investigation. And good science demands that mysteries be investigated. What I don't understand is the intransigent, ignorant block that so many in the media and public commentary have to the idea of even taking this seriously, because we're well beyond that now. This is real. It's worthy of investigation. It's authentic. What it is, that's the exciting question.
I love it. Thank you so much, Ross. It's been a pleasure having you on this summit today. And for anyone who wants to learn more about Ross's work, please check out his book, In Plain Sight. I have read it. It's absolutely fantastic. And also you can find him on News Nation. He's got a podcast that he runs as well. So go check out all of his amazing work. Ross, thank you so much for being here, and we hope to see you again soon.
No problem, Eesha. Nice to talk to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have our next guest coming on soon, who's behind the scenes with us. Andi, what did you think about that incredible conversation that we just had with Ross?
I have no words. I mean, just hearing about the legacy program, the transformation that humanity needs to go through, for like what actually the extent of that transformation that needs to happen for public contact to happen. The idea that, fairy tales are actually rooted in truth, as well as Ross's personal experience with seeing that blue orb as predicted. It's exactly the kind of conversation with bridging consciousness and science that this summit is all about. I got so much out of that. That was incredible.
Yeah, I love that. I think for me as well, like, I mean, so I've followed Ross's journey for a little bit, right? Like I've kind of back in the day seen how he was so, like really skeptical, and I mean he set out to debunk the whole thing, and now he's come right out and said actually not it's like interdimensional and we have to be more spiritual. I'm like, wow, that's a really big transformation for a journalist to go on. I can only
Absolutely.
imagine the kind of experiences he's had that's led them to this point, and I think this is the direction we need to go. I've spent a lot of time as well. I mean, you've seen my podcast, Andi. We've talked to people like Arvilo. We've talked to people who've had experiences. We've talked to all sorts of, different people in MUFON as well. And I think the general sort of trajectory is we are moving into this idea that consciousness plays a much bigger role than maybe what we've given it credit for. Like, yes, it's great to see flashing lights in the sky and the visible, orbs and all of that. But let's I think move the conversation into a what causes that? How can we engage with that? And I love that Ross is on the journey of trying to find that out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so powerful. And on that topic of connecting with that and finding out, investing more in the spirituality, in the consciousness, in addition to just making contact, imagine how much we could learn from having that contact, how much good we could actually bring in terms of how we better the way we live on this planet and the way we are as people as well.
I love that.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're now shifting into an experiential session that explores direct galactic connection and soul level alignment. Our next speaker is Laurie Spagna, an intuitive channel, energy healer, and best-selling author known for her work in activating multidimensional DNA and facilitating contact with non-physical intelligences. In this session, Laurie is going to guide you through a channeled experience with the collective and the fleet. And the focus is to help you reconnect with your own original star family and access what she refers to as the soul's divine mission. Welcome, Laurie. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm here, but I'm not able to start my video.
We've just sent
There
you
we
a
go.
request there.
Okay, awesome.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
There we
Welcome,
go.
Laurie. It's so nice to
Yay.
see you again. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. We've just had the amazing Ross Coulthart. We had a beautiful sound transmission. So we'll leave the floor to you now and you can do your magical thing.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, thanks again for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I'm going to introduce myself for those of you who might not know me, and then we'll call forward the fleet. I'll describe, explain who they are, or else they will. And then we'll have a transmission and some kind of direct experience. But let me first say, for those of you who have never heard of me before or don't necessarily know me, my name is Laurie Spagna, and I'm a first contactee, and a multidimensional channel. So I channel a group of beings, intergalactic and interstellar, interdimensional beings, thousands of beings. They refer to themselves as the collective, and the collective is just a collective of beings who I work with. Most of them I'm part of the team with them, and then others come and go. There's one unifying mission with all of the beings that I travel. It is the number one thing that is a requirement of these beings, and that is that they serve the light. For clarity, the light does not mean good or bad. The light means God's plan for lighted creation. So what that means is for the expansion of consciousness and for the evolution of humanity that serves the most benevolent best of all. So just to be clear, right? Because a lot of people confuse the light and the dark with good and evil, or good and bad, and that's not the same thing. So the beings that are going to come through are a subgroup, a sub-collective of the collective, and they refer to themselves as the fleet. And they're specifically here to share on this conversation and to provide a transmission that will help all beings who are participating through free will choice to have a direct experience of awakening something profound within you that has to do with awakening your connection, so or more of your divine knowing. But before we call them in, I do want to just a little bit more about my background so you can understand where this came from. That for a little bit about just not long, but my story is basically that out of college, I was in corporate America, and during 20 years in corporate America, I developed some really nasty coping skills, like so many people do when we're misaligned with our true divine mission and purpose. And those coping skills included extreme amounts of smoking and drinking and pharmaceutical drug use by well-meaning doctors and all kinds of physical ailments and overspending and addiction to sugar and bread and yeah, cigarettes and alcohol and sex and yeah, on and on. And that went on for like 20 years until what happened was my brother died of a drug overdose and I started getting messages from him, and it was basically like you have to change your ways. Otherwise, you're kind of on the same trajectory as me. And so I took that message and I became a dog trainer, and I started getting messages from dogs and then all kinds of other animals who were using me as a way to communicate, to help me, to help humans. And through that journey, first of all, I ended up moving to Maui, and that's where I had my first contact experience. So within the 2 years of living in Maui and getting more rightly aligned with my mission, my purpose, and reason for being here, all of those things that I just mentioned were gone forever. Like never used another pharmaceutical drug, haven't been to a doctor nor needed one in over 20 years. And yeah, obviously cigarettes, alcohol, pharmaceutical drug, all gone. I healed my own thyroid issues and just it is like within 2 years, six-figure credit card debt was gone by getting rightly aligned. And I think that's the first really important message that I think that is part of this transmission today. It has to do with all of us getting rightly aligned with our reason for being here, our role in what we could call God's plan, and how the benevolent beings who are intergalactic are here to help facilitate that. And then we have what we could also call on the other side, we could call them negative aliens with a negative alien agenda. And we'll let the fleet share more about this, right? But in any case, I'll just flash forward. Like once I had that first contact experience where I was teletransported on ship and I was reunited in a sense with what I call my home star family. That's when I started getting activated, getting these transmissions and just what we could call them divine downloads. Initially, that was what was happening, DNA activating, so that I just started to become aware of my role as what we could call a star seed or a braided star seed. And I'm sure so many of you out there resonate. Like, do you guys resonate as star seeds? I know Eesha does. And so many of us can resonate with that part of us that knows an aspect of ourselves that's from other planetary bodies. Well, this stuff is coded in our DNA and can be awakened, and we can all awaken this from within us. So I think that's a major part of what's going to come through today with the fleet when they start to come through. I'm just channeling. When I'm channeling, I'm really just merging with that part of my consciousness. I'm not a trance channeler. I understand myself as part of that collective. It's not my collective. I'm part of that collective. So I'm just merging with my consciousness, not just mine, but with the consciousness that unifies as that collective. And in this case, the sub-collective known as the fleet, who, as a part of that collective, I'm just unifying and allowing that information to come through and the energy that's meant to come through. So my channeling is quite different in that way. Most people, traditional channeling is like trance channeling, where somebody kind of gives over an aspect of their own free will and lets their body sort of be what I call hijacked. That's my term, but they're giving away a part of their own sovereign free will. I was never willing to do that. So in the early days when I started channeling, when people would start to come, beings would start to come to me and say, "We want to channel through you," I'd be like, "No, like, no, No, you're not taking over my body. And it wasn't until my consciousness, or I was able to expand into the more of the consciousness that we all are consciousness, that I was able to start unifying with this aspect of the fleet and the higher consciousness, that where I could unify with them and allow that information to come through without giving away any of my own sovereignty. So I hope this is all making sense, and I hope that gives you a little background. I know it's a fast forward because we have, a short amount of time, but hopefully that helps you understand. So we're just going to call the fleet forward, and let me say the part about the free will that's really important. So because the collective and the team that I work with are only exclusively in service to the light, the number one rule, it's a law, is the law of what we could call intent, consent, and authority, which is a law of free will. Whether people realize it or not, that is a universal law. And you have to decide if you want to receive the transmission with your free will. And the way you do that, you just in your mind just say, yes, please, or yes, thank you, or I'm willing. And know that it will only serve your most benevolent best with zero harm. That's part of this agenda of the light, right? So you get to decide if you want it, and the moment you just think it's as good as done, because everything is very telepathic. So I'm going to allow them to come through, because really it's so much more interesting than me talking. So, okay, it just takes me a moment to just get out of my left analytical brain and into an altered, a different brainwave frequency. Yes, so greetings, here we are. And we are identifying now for this group and coming forward as the subcollective known as the fleet. And indeed, for verification purposes. We are in the light, we are of the light, and we serve the light. And that which you refer to as God or Source or the infinite, the all that is, we serve its agenda. And while we are connected with you, it is our only true desire and intention to support and assist you in reclaiming your role in that which you refer to as God's plan of lighted creation. For you all have a role, you see. You all have a role to play, or else you would not be here now. And so let us begin with this topic, that all of you, we are aware, all of you to some degree or another are searching for something, looking for something. And many of you are desiring to know more of your purpose, your role for being here. So let us begin with that. Let us start there. As we begin this conversation, please know we are already beginning to breathe through and bring through frequencies and vibrations that will support and assist you in elevating more into the light. And when we refer to the light in this case, we are referring to the lightness of your embodiment, the lightness where you are freed and liberated from the density that you have carried for so long, meaning the heaviness, the dross, the physical duress, the stress, the disbelief, the skepticism, the cynicism. We understand this was part of the conversation earlier. And while we are not criticizing nor condemning the conversation on being skeptical or cynical, what we are suggesting, more than suggesting, overtly saying, is that your cynicism and skepticism will hold you back. And what we would invite you instead is to be more willing with your free will. It is entirely up to you to explore and to pioneer into greater truths, and to ask and invite truth to come through for you, because, and this is truth, truth does not require your belief for it to be true. So if you're willing to participate in this transmission and to receive more of the light and to release more of the density, including some of the cynicism, the skepticism, the doubt, the disbelief which has held you back, you will develop more of what is more for your most benevolent best, and that is divine discernment. Divine discernment can replace, and should replace, ideally, if you choose it, skepticism and cynicism. For divine discernment will enable you to know truth from fiction, fact from fiction. without being the cynic or the skeptic that will block truth if you are unwilling to know it. So now then, therefore, this transmission has already begun, and we are aware that more and more of you are already beginning to recognize the frequency. And even if, especially for those of you who are somewhat new to this type of energy transmission or conversation, your willingness is all that is required for you to begin to gain the benefits. And know this, that it will be graceful and benevolent for you. So if you are brand new, you will notice simply the feeling of being more calm, more relaxed, more peaceful. And over time, you will become more and more conscious of these energetic upliftments as you participate. For as we have stated, it is all within you. There is nothing that you must perceive to be external to you, for everything is available from within. Now, on with this conversation about your true divine mission, your purpose, your reason for being here, which is where we were intending to begin. You are all here for two primary reasons, you see. The first is the catalyzing force for the desire to expand consciousness. And while it could be said, and it would be true, that consciousness is already all that is, this is true. The human experience is one where beings are allowed or able to, through their own unconsciousness, expand and explore realms of consciousness which allow for the expansion of consciousness through the willingness to be unconscious. So it has been through your participation as somewhat unconscious participants in this exploration that you have participated in the expansion of consciousness. And this is a primal desire for all beings on earth, whether they are aware of it or not. And it is a primary mission and purpose of all beings on earth, whether they are aware of it or not. Their free will is the only preclusion, meaning to say that the free will is required for the ultimate expansion of consciousness. For if one chooses not to expand consciousness and remain unconscious, they will expand consciousness in other ways, but not to the rapid, accelerated pace that those who free will choose it. So this is the primary role for all beings on earth, to explore and expand consciousness and to come into more unification with higher elevated levels or frequency, bandwidths, energies of consciousness. Because when consciousness is experienced, it will feel energetically like an improved sense of energetic vibration. When consciousness is expanded, when consciousness is explored, when one elevates into frequencies of greater consciousness, the experience feels like an improvement of energy, an elevation of energy. And are not all of you, to some degree or another, already experiencing that? Indeed, you are, even if some of you, and we do know there are some, who are not consciously aware of it. So know this is your number one purpose on earth for all beings participating here, whether they are consciously aware of it or not. And this includes as well the extraterrestrial, interdimensional, intergalactic beings, of which all of you are part of as well, else you would not be here. Now, the secondary purpose, and we would like to explore this as well and share more on this for you, is to begin to, through your unification with your source and higher levels of consciousness, to explore realms of joy, passion, excitement, upliftment, elevation, optimism. We are not suggesting that the duality of your experience is going to go away. Far from that, you will still play in the game of duality. However, and for those of you who are uncertain what this means, duality is simply contrast. It is not good against bad. It is the difference between various shades of light, energy, and consciousness. Yes? So the game of duality will continue, So as you elevate, your secondary purpose becomes to explore your passions, your excitements, your joys, what lights you up, what inspires you, what makes you excited, to awaken the gifts that are lying dormant within you, that you may reveal them to the world and share them. And be not mistaken, you all have great gifts. You all have unlimited potentials, which you have barely begun to tap into, you see? Because these gifts, as they are revealed to you from within you, through your unification with your source, the ultimate, the all that is, the expanded consciousness that you are, as these gifts are revealed to you, they are for you to play with and share. And this is your ultimate purpose. Now, many of you would like more definition, more specifics, but you see, there's nothing you need to left brain analyze about this. There is simply for you to begin to frequency align to it, for it will reveal itself to you, through you. We hope this has been helpful. Now, we will expand into other conversations here, such as more interdimensional and galactic forces, as you are all interested. And the question has been posed many times. Why are there negative aliens and why are there positive aliens? So-called negative and positive in the game of spectrums, right? The game of so-called duality. And this is simply this. In your frequency bandwidth, where you have been playing for many eons of time, the frequency bandwidth, there was negativity, there was darkness, there was density, there was extreme amounts of suffering, there was, yes, evil. And let us define evil for the purposes of consciousness expansion. Evil is the attempt to usurp free will. It is the attempt to usurp free will. That is it. So when one attempts to usurp your free will, they are utilizing evil. And this has gone on for many eons of time in the game of duality. But your game is up leveling now. The game is up leveling. And as it does, evil is slowly being expunged. It may not look like it to in your external world, but that is simply because it is becoming more obvious for all with eyes to see. And in your future game, as duality continues, if humans free will choose it, animals already have, and the other extraterrestrials and interdimensionals who are also serving the light are choosing it, as beings choose it, the evil will be expunged. And the game of choice will continue. The game of duality will continue. You see? So it is up to you to begin to choose to reclaim your free will choice in every way you can. Choose sovereignty, choose freedom, choose truth. It is yours to choose. We are not forcing it. We are suggesting it. For if you choose and desire to live in a harmonious reality, choose free will choice. Choose truth. Choose sovereignty. It is within your free will right to choose. You just never knew you had the choice to do so. You see? So why do these negative aliens, why are they allowed to exist and attempt to take away your free will choice and attempt to control and dominate and manipulate? It was for the exploration of consciousness in the realms of unconsciousness. And now that game is expiring. And so the new game is to choose consciously with your free will and to choose to expunge all of that aspect of your own unconsciousness that was willing to participate in that game in the first place. And it is entirely up to you, for you have the free will choice to choose. And as you do choose, as you choose to up level, you will find that there are more and more benevolent, so-called extraterrestrials, interdimensionals, intergalactics, just like us, who have already chosen, who are choosing to expand consciousness and serve the light and align with divine truth, divine peace, divine joy, divine passion, the upliftment of humanity, the elevation of consciousness, the expansion of consciousness in ways that feel good and right and divinely aligned. And of course, we are inviting you and we are providing the frequencies right now that will allow for a graceful supporting in your journey if you choose it. If you choose not, that choice is still available. There are beings who are still choosing that, as you well know. There are beings on your earth who have not made the choice yet. There are beings who are still operating from their space of skepticism and cynicism, or doubt, or disbelief, or fear, or worry, or anxiety, or frustration. But what we say to you is this: if something is available to anyone, it is available to you. And you may choose. What we can say is that as you choose the frequencies of light that will allow you to expand, you will be overall, you will find yourself feeling more fulfilled. You will find yourself feeling more empowered. You will find yourself feeling more joyful. You will find yourself feeling more passionate, more excited, etc. But you must choose. You see, because for so long you believed as a society that everything was done to you from something in the external reality. Even your emotions were something you just felt because they were there. But we will say this to you: they are all energy. It is all energy. So you can begin to learn how to choose the higher frequencies. And as you choose them, you can begin to learn how to awaken those energies, not only from within you, but how to move them through your body and embodiment, and how to elevate your consciousness so that you are aligned with these higher frequencies. This is not something that you can typically learn through the brain. You see, your reptilian ancestors, they provided you with extraordinarily strong left analytical brain capacities, but there was too much missing. And so now it is a requirement to expand your capacities, which are within you, so that you can choose more consciously, so that you can free and liberate yourself from this old paradigm of density. Now, let us expand a little more for you all here, so that you can understand all things are energy, and all energies are choices. That includes the thoughts that you think and the beliefs that you choose, the attitudes that you choose, and the emotions that you experience. You may believe or perceive that these things are not your choice, that what you feel is what you feel, and we are not denying that. But we are saying you have the capacity within you to choose differently, not through a state of denial, not through a state of repression or oppression, but rather through a state of embodiment. For embodying frequencies that are more to your liking is what you call raising your vibration, part of what you call. And as you begin to raise your vibration, you will come to know that you do have choice over the emotions you experience, but you cannot deny the emotions. You must simply recognize them as part of the experience in the game of duality. And as you embrace and acknowledge and recognize that all emotions are energy, and that they move through your field, and that you can transmute them and choose new emotions, new thoughts, new beliefs, new belief systems, new patterns, and certainly new attitudes, you will begin to recognize the great power within you to transform anything and to become more of who you are truly meant to be, which is, of course, part of your divine mission and purpose and reason for being here. Now, since you are all very curious about your connection to your star family races, let it be known this: we will bring you through a very brief, for we are aware that there is linear time in your experience. We will bring you through a very brief process here where you can begin to connect with your home star family. Let us define home star family for all of you who are uncertain or who are unsure what that means. Home star family, by our definition, is the original star family planetary body where you originally birthed. Earth is a planet where many different beings from many different planetary bodies have incarnated over and over and over again for the experience of duality. But you most likely did not have your original incarnated experience on Earth. Your original incarnated experience was on another planetary body. This is true for the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of humans. So your original home star family was the originating planet that you first incarnated on. And you came here to Earth with all of those awarenesses deep within you from your original home star planet, knowing that at a certain point in time and space, you would reconnect and reclaim those gifts and bring them here to Earth to share them with others. So this is why it is quite helpful to remember your connection to your original home star family, for as you reclaim it, as you reconnect, you will be able to reclaim those gifts that you have dormant within you, that are part of your great capacity. So if you are willing now, all you need to do, and please let us put a caveat here, especially for beings who are new to these type of practices. Let us put these caveats. First, know this. It will not most likely happen for you like a flash of lightning from the sky. It will not most likely happen as if it is an immediate and original epiphany, as if you are immediately enlightened. This kind of drama is rarely how it happens. Why? Because this awakening must happen graceful for you. It must happen gracefully. Otherwise, for the most part, you will begin to think you are going insane. For most people, they cannot handle it all at once because it is quite extreme transformation, you see. So allow it to be graceful. This transmission that is already taking place is only but the beginning. And you see, after you are complete with this time with us, the energetic transformation will continue to serve you and your most benevolent best for quite some time, until it has served its purpose. And by that time, you will likely have progressed to such a degree that you do not necessarily equate it in your linear thinking back to this moment in time. You see, that is the graceful unfolding. And so it shall be with this connection to your original home star family. For it is not for anyone else to tell you through brain your original home star. Left brain to left brain, reptilian brain to reptilian brain, that will always leave you in a state of not knowing, uncertainty, without certainty. And we want to bring you into a state of knowing, divine gnosis, certainty. And that can only happen through direct experience, you see? So, if you are willing now, choose, simply choose this now, that you will be in the center core of being. Just choose. Your brain does not know where that is. Your brain cannot decide. It is not equipped with this, but your consciousness does. So just allow yourself. Allow it now. And if you are willing, you will notice ever so subtly, ever so subtly. And even if you do not notice, have no concern or no worry. Now, with your willingness, just be willing and be aware your brain does not know how to do this. Your higher consciousness does it as you will and allow for you to activate that which is referred to as your base chakra. Your brain may not know where it is, but you are doing it quite well already. Just have the awareness. There is a space below your consciousness. Let us rephrase that. Below your feet, within your consciousness. It allows the energy to flow. Now, with your willingness, simply choose. Choose to align. There is no part of your brain that will know how to do this. Choose to align with the center of Earth and the office of the Logi who serve the light in the center of Earth. Simply choose and allow. Your brain cannot do this. It has not been taught. Your brain can only do things that are taught to it. But your consciousness can do this. Your consciousness knows exactly how. So just allow. And now from here, be willing and allow that your consciousness will connect you with your original home star family planet. This is not something your brain can direct you to. It is something your brain will allow if you free will choose. So choose it and allow. And notice the depth and the richness that you are already experiencing. That you are somewhat altered and yet fully present. And take a breath and drop deeper, even deeper with your willingness into the center core of being, into alignment with the center of Mother Earth, where many of your star family beings are residing, and even deeper down to align yourself with your home star family. Now with your next breath, and do not allow your brain to interfere. Simply take a breath, a deep breath, and ask, not with brain, with willingness, to know your home star family in ways that truly serve your most benevolent best. Just allow it. And take that breath and drop deep down into the center core of being. There is nothing to do or analyze or think. All of the knowing starts to awaken from within you with grace and in a timing divine that we could associate with divine timing. So just allow. You will notice in the stillness that this is where the transformation takes place. And if any part of your experience feels uncomfortable or fear-based at all, simply bless it. Just allow. It's only energy. There is no energy that is more powerful than you. There is no energy that can control you. See, you are a free will conscious being, awakening now to more of the truth of who you are and who you have always been. There is nothing that can stop you, for you are an unstoppable force. You just didn't know that because you are identifying in the realms of density. If there's any brain interaction here, the brain simply gives way and says yes. And you may take a breath and drop even deeper down into the center core of being and experience yourself in the depth. Know this now. Awakening, enlightenment, transformation happens in the moments of stillness, in the depths within you. There's nothing that will ever be kept or withheld from you other than parts of your own unconsciousness that keep it from you. So from here, if you want to know more of your home star family, more of your galactic truths, more of what is absolutely true, all you ever need to do is to ask and then allow without making a demand on how it shows up or when. Ask and allow. There is nothing that can be kept from you when you are willing to know truth and when you are willing to come into alignment with the truth of who you are, which is part of the infinite, the all that is, with incredible capacity to bring forward the magnificence that you were born to be, that you were meant to be. And it is rarely more than a few breaths away from you, a few vibrational experiences, for all is vibration and all is energy. You just simply have not been very often provided with the opportunity that would allow for you to come in vibrational resonance. And now you are. You are becoming vibrational resonant. with more of the truth of who you are. And the longer in your linear time experience that you stay in vibrational resonance, more of your knowing, direct knowing, will become awakened from within you. More of your greatest capacities, the unstoppable force within you, will become awakened. More of your dormant potential will reveal itself to you. You do not need to learn this from a book or an external authority. You simply need to begin to become more of the being, just as you are right here, right now, that you truly are. Now, take another breath, if you will, and as you take in the next breath, gently and lovingly allow for any of the densities that you've been carrying for so long to be lifted and removed and dissolved, that it will be sent to the light, for you no longer need that density in your field. And let all of us share this now. The greatness of who you are does not require those densities any longer. So if you are willing, allow those densities to be transmuted. Returned home to your source. Source consciousness can transmute and does transmute the densities that no longer serve you upon your request. It is quite simple, you see. There is nothing stopping or blocking you. It is simply a matter of learning to have the direct experiences that will allow you to awaken more from within you. We hope this has been helpful. We're the fleet. We will withdraw from now, for now. Okay, good. So I want to check in. How are we doing? How is everyone doing and feeling?
That was
Yeah.
really beautiful, Lori.
Yeah, oh, good. Thanks. Okay, so I guess we still have some more time. I'm definitely not in time. So what we could do is let's just ask. Well, we can have more of the greater collective come in. Do you want me to do some more, or what would be, because I think we have a little more time, right?
Yes, we have a little bit more time. Do you intuitively feel like bringing in more transmissions?
Yeah, we could. Well, let's see. I'm going to ask what's meant to come through for everybody.
Yes.
Okay, there's the greater collective. So we would like to share more about what was discussed earlier. So we are the expanded collective, which includes the fleet, is not limited to interdimensional and extra-dimensional star beings, but rather includes the greater consciousness of all beings joining here. Please know this. There has been much inquiry regarding why this information has been withheld from you, from your government forces, government officials. Please realize that from their limited thinking and their limited perspectives, and also from their energetic frequency, that is primarily the energetic embodiment of control, the energetic embodiment of power over others for personal gain, the energetic embodiment of fear, of domination. From their limited perspective, they believed and have believed, and this is not just governmental forces, this is also corrupt organized religions. We are not saying all is corrupt. We are saying predominantly the consciousness that has resided through these organizations was based in power and control and domination. and based overall in fear and secrecy. So, from their limited perspectives, they have believed, that that was the best way to proceed by controlling for their own personal gain whatever they could. And by using the information for personal gain, the information that they could gather or gain from these other extraterrestrials. And because it was a vibratory match for them, it was a vibratory match for other so-called negative aliens. The vibratory match was a match for personal gain. That was the frequency that was predominant. And that frequency is shifting. So as the frequency elevates, this now is no longer going to continue to be the case, you see, which is why disclosure is happening. Now, many of you ask, why have there not been more first contact types of experiences? Or why do these aliens only participate with some and not with others? And it was stated quite eloquently in the earlier part of the conversation that is because most beings are not a vibratory match for the more benevolent beings who want to come forward, you see? So we are, in many cases, simply seeking vibratory match for that which is more aligned, meaning the energies of peace, the energies of kindness, the energies of mutual understanding or mutual sharing, camaraderie, etc. So the reason that many extraterrestrials or star family beings have not had first contact with many beings is because if a being is still vibrating at a frequency of violence or negativity or personal gain or etc., those lower frequencies, it is simply not a vibratory match for the beings who are vibrating at frequencies that are more aligned with divine peace or kindness or camaraderie or mutual exchange for mutual benefit, mutual gain, or the exploration of consciousness, expansion of consciousness, etc. So therefore, this is why there have not been more of so-called exchanges through direct first contact experiences. One must be a vibrational match. One is always a vibrational match for their experience. That is universal law. So your Earth overall has not fully vibrationally shifted out of the ward-like experiences, the violent type of experiences. So this precludes from more of the first contact experiences that many of you are requesting. And this is why there are so many humans being utilized now or utilizing of their own free will choice, utilizing higher consciousness to bring through communications such as this one or vibration exchanges such as the one you have already experienced. And through those vibrational exchanges and communication exchanges, as humans are choosing, they are becoming more of a vibrational match for more of the benevolent types of first contact experiences that are required for benevolent races to direct interact. So this is the name of the game, you see. As humans elevate in consciousness, shift, up level, and expand, as humans make this change, there will be more and more direct contact experiences. It is always based in vibrational match. We would also like to address briefly the question and the inquiry around many of the wartime types of experiences where many extraterrestrial ships are shot down, etc. This is because, once again, it is the similar type of response. If the beings who are governing the planet in positions of governmental leadership or positions of authority with use of those things you call war weapons, if they're the ones governing and that is their mentality, that is what they are going to do because that is the limited mentality that they are functioning from. That is the energetic frequency. But what we would like to suggest to all of you is that there is a sacred government going on, a sacred government that many of you know nothing of, but you can become part of it. You can become part of it. And the sacred government, which has been taking place for many years now, many, many Earth years, is filled with those beings who resonate as light workers, true light workers, and star seeds who resonate as true star seeds. When I say true, what we are saying here for you all is that they are in the vibratory frequencies already, where they are able to affect the mass collective, the mass consciousness in a positive way without usurping free will choice, and simply guiding and directing humanity in the most benevolent, best ways to serve the greater good of all beings without their personal egoic interference. This sacred government has been guiding you for many, many years. And it is always at the honoring of free will choice. You can become part of that sacred government too. It is one where you align with the will of the light, the choice to honor free will choice while also choosing to align with the light and the plan for lighted creation of which you are all part of. And know this, that your sacred government, the sacred government is comprised of many beings who simply choose that which is for the most benevolent best of all and do not choose to interfere in anyone's free will choice. These are the governing forces of your planet. And this is why so many beings are awakening and beginning to realize that the game of duality is not what it has appeared to be for so long. So if you are willing to align yourself with the sacred government, it is not difficult. It is a free will choice that you will make over and over and over again, because every choice that you make is a free will choice. Every thought that you think is a choice. Every belief that you have is a choice. Everything you feel or sense is a choice. It is not to define wrongness. It is simply that you have the choice. As you become more and more aligned with your true divine mission and purpose for being here, you will come into the knowing that you always have choice and always have, even when those around you attempted to usurp it. Become, if you so choose, you can become more of who you are and part of the sacred government that is truly steering humanity in the direction of your most benevolent best. We're the collective, we are complete for now. All right. Awesome. So, what I could do is,
Actually, Lori,
yes,
what about, because we have a few more questions, but firstly and foremost, I just want to thank you so much for that beautiful transmission from the collective. It's so helpful for people who to have that reminder to help us choose to serve the light. And that
yes,
transmission is so powerful to help us, release skepticism, to awaken to our divine discernment. And I wanted to ask let's say on a more practical level, you mentioned sovereignty in your transmission and that can sound really empowering, but also into certain people quite abstract. So I want to ask, in your view and in your experience, what does sovereignty look like in action?
Okay.
And especially when
Oh,
someone is in a
so
situation that
good.
doesn't feel like
Oh, thank you so much.
free.
Yes. Okay. First of all, sovereignty is basically saying I am choosing to align with the part of myself that takes, this is how I define it. Okay. So other people can define it differently, but you take what serves you. But sovereignty overall is the free will choice that one makes that says, I am now choosing to align with my divine birthright or my God-given or source creator consciousness,
Mm,
the right within me to be a free and liberated being who consciously chooses for myself with my own
mm,
free will what I will experience, what I will believe, what I will perceive, what I will do, how I will behave. In other words, in the way that it's been, right? Who was sovereign? The sovereign was the queen or a false authority. And they were basically claiming dominion, the old leaders, over the people, the masses,
mm,
saying, I'm the sovereign, you're my subjects, I control, dominate, and manipulate you. That's what that meant.
Mm.
So we just didn't know that as humans. So the moment you say, I claim sovereignty, like when I first started claiming sovereignty, it was probably, I don't know, like 20 years ago. I just kept saying it over and over and over again. I claim sovereignty. I claim my right to be a free will, free choice, conscious being. Just by claiming it, you start to get liberated from what's going on Earth. There's a massive amount of mind control, right? Manipulation. And I mean, a lot of these what are they the technologies, right? Where they're talking to, whether it's HARP or CERN, it doesn't even matter. That stuff doesn't matter in a way because those are just tools of technology. These satellites, that was the word I was looking for. Satellites on the ground, talking to satellites in the air, talking to satellites on your computer, on your phone, on your TV, emitting frequencies, and then mass media is being manipulated. Like someone earlier when they were speaking earlier, someone had said something like, why are these mass media people not willing to say the truth? Because they're being controlled. So until you start claiming sovereignty, just by claiming it, just start saying it, start choosing it. What ends up happening is your brain starts to say, because the brain is a creative machine, right? It's going to align, and the universe is so intelligent that it's going to start saying this one is claiming their right to be a free will thinker and a sovereign free will choice being. Therefore, they are no longer subject to someone claiming dominion over them. It's how you liberate yourself. You have to choose it and you have to claim it. And you sometimes have to say it over and over again for a while until the field of consciousness
Mm.
starts to be impressed upon, right? Because the field of consciousness, which is the infinite, right? It's always responding. It's always responding. And we're the cause. We are the cause. The effect is what we experience in the external world. So the
Mm.
cause begins with us. What do you think? What do you believe? What are you choosing with your thoughts and your emotions? So choosing sovereignty is actually a matter of claiming it and then allowing, because there's always a little delay in terms of this is what divine timing means. The field as how energy vibrates and resonates and radiates out, law of radiation, circulates in the field, reflects back at you. These are all part of like quantum physics and universal law. There's always a slight delay. So that's why you sometimes have to say it over and over and over again until eventually it's as good as done. You don't always have to say it over and over. Sometimes you can just say it once and be in the knowing. Just be in the knowing. But most human brains, we're so wired into doubt, to disbelief, to uncertainty that saying it over and over again, at least that's how I did it in my earliest phases. So I hope that helps, right?
That really helped. Thank you
Oh,
so
good.
much, Lori,
Yeah.
because I think when it comes to concepts like this, it's like we know the theory behind it, but sometimes it's hard for not everyone, but for like certain people to think, how are we actually grounding this? What is the practical implication? How do we
Yes.
get to that?
Yeah.
And that's really, really, and that's part of the conversation actually today. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the transmission.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing
Can
all of
I?
your wisdom, Lori.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And can I just say a couple more things on just before we start to
Yes.
wrap? Is that part of what happens as you participate in energy circles like this one and transmissions is what's within you, that which is within you starts to be awakened. That which is your inner knowing. This is why DNA activations are so important because it's stored in your DNA. So, so while the brain wants to figure it all out, the being within you knows it and it gets awakened from within you. There's nothing you can't know from within. So, direct experience, participation in energy transmissions, DNA activations, participation in energetic awakening practices, healing circles, etc. So important. And I'll just, if I can, do a quick plug before we say goodbyes. You can
Absolutely.
get, yeah, you can get a gifted DNA activation with me. It's way better than just one you'll get like a series of them. Like you want immunity and imperviousness. You want that activated in your DNA. You want to be immune and impervious to chemtrails and artificial, plastics in your water and fluoride in your water, all that stuff. So you want to activate that. You want to activate codes of freedom. They're in your DNA. All those are, I gift them to you. So go to lauriespagna.com/free gifts/DNA, and you can get
Brilliant.
those gifted. And for those of you who want to know more about your star seed origins and your original home star planet and understand more of that, you can go to lauriespagna.com/free gifts/starseed. And you can awaken more of that knowing within you as well. So that's,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Lori. And
Thank you,
Isha,
Lori.
Thanks for
It was
back
having
on.
me.
amazing. Beautiful
Yeah,
transmission as always. So appreciate you being here.
my pleasure and honor. Thank you so much for having me.
So that was incredible, wasn't it, Andy? We had an amazing time. What an amazing lineup we've had so far. And our next guest, of course, is just as awesome. But before we do that, I'd love to just share a little bit about so here, at First Contact and Contacting Consciousness, we spend a lot of time having really pioneering, leading conversations about initiating contact. And a big part of our philosophy is that it's not just for the select few. Anyone and everyone can make contact. But sometimes you need the right tools, the right guidance, the right processes or systems, or maybe even the community that's going to support you to help you get there. So we have in 2 weeks' time, from the July 7th to the 11th, we have an event called 5 Days to 5D. This is an introductory event. Whether you have experience in contact work or not, you can come and join us in 5 Days to 5D, where we will teach you the basics of how to initiate contact. You will learn how to elevate your frequency. You'll become a part of this bigger vision and mission that we're all involved in, and you'll get to experience just a small portion of the inner heart meditation practice, which is what myself and Andi and many others in our community use to help us to elevate the frequency and have contact for ourselves. Andi, as somebody who's going to be co-facilitating the next event, what can you say to our beautiful humans who are thinking about coming along?
If you are thinking about coming along, I would highly suggest you come with an open mind, an adventurous, excited heart, because there's going to be so much content and learning in there that it's just going to defy everything that you actually know, and it's going to take you deeper into your being, deeper into connection with who you are, your spirituality. It's phenomenal.
We
Really
have
is.
such a great time. And of course, you'll get to see both of us there as well, which is always fun. So we'll be running that event. So we'll pop those links, check the description, and in the chat, we'll pop the link there as well. Now, our next speaker brings a frequency lens to consciousness work. Grounded in harmonic science and extraterrestrial collaboration, Vivian Chauvet is an Arcturian ambassador. She's a healing practitioner, creator of the Arcturian Healing Arts program, and her work focuses on holographic transformation, energy medicine, and galactic attunement practices. In this session, called Arcturian Harmonic Attunement, Vivian is going to lead us into a live energetic alignment designed to harmonize your field with Arcturian frequencies. She's going to be drawing upon ancient galactic principles and vibrational architecture. Welcome, Vivian.
Thank you. I think you need to give me permission to start my video.
Yep, there you go.
Perfect. Here I am.
Beautiful. Hi, it's so nice to see you again, Vivian, as always.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you so much for having me today on this beautiful celebration of the solstice. We are unifying the northern and the southern hemispheres of the planet.
We are.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you and welcome to Contacting Consciousness. I'll let you take the floor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome, everyone. It's really wonderful to be here with all of you. I am an Arcturian being in a hybrid human form, and I'm also the founder of the Universal Community and the only Arcturian University. It is a sanctuary for advancement, soul evolution, and of course, planetary ascension. So it is really a video to be here with all of you and being able to share an aspect of what the Arcturian essence are about, especially through the words, the mouth, the presence of of my energy and my ambassadorial presence. So to talk about contact consciousness, we need to also talk about the harmonic vibration and how it plays a role. So we wanted to share with you a little bit of our ancient wisdom directly from the Arcturian archives and our profound mastery as architect of light frequencies. We are recognized also to be advanced master healers and great ambassadors. Oftentimes, Arcturians are assigned to different part of the multiverses, to either planetary systems, species, civilizations, or planets that are on the verge of a very profound divine evolutionary process. And some other planets or other species that you may be unaware of are also on a very similar level as you are here on this earth, very similar in their third dimensional density, and they're preparing themselves to shift into higher dimensional movement and ascendancy. So the earth humans here and what we are co-creating and achieving on the planet is going to serve as a manual, like an example. Is going to serve as a blueprint of inspiration and activation for other also beautiful civilizations. So we want to share that with you to understand the profoundness of making contact. And making contact is also within yourself, your consciousness, the multidimensional aspect of yourselves as eternal beings of light that you are. And a fractal view is here embodying these 3D personality in physical form. So it's very important to understand really the full spectrum of who you are and how you are impacting other civilizations, star systems, galaxies, and even dimensional space movement that is well beyond this Earth quadrant, and the quadrant referred to the solar system. So since we have a limited time together, I want to take a deep dive now with some of Arcturian wisdom, very ancient galactic basic of information, knowledge that allows you to recenter yourself. And then for going into an experiential activation, as Eesha mentioned, the Arcturian Harmonic Attunement, it is a gift from us to all of you. And so let's talk a little bit about this. What is harmonic vibration? It is truly the key that allowed the creation of an open flow of understanding. A harmonic vibration reveals the sacred wisdom of the universal principles. So I'm going to pause here for a moment. We all have learned, heard about, read about, or even meditate about the universal laws or the universal principles, like the universal of the law of oneness, for example, of the one, or harmonic and rhythm, or synchronicity, and so forth. Well, these universal principles becomes protocols, guidelines that are being observed as a protocol of interconnection, interdimensional and intergalactic contact among different planets, different nations, different councils, and it's something that many, many species abide by. So as the human race, you are returning more to be a cosmic, conscious, galactic human being. You start to understand that it is important to return to living in the sacred embodiment and understanding, along with practices of the universal principle. And that brings an harmonic realignment and the vibration of the frequencies coming through as a result of that realignment and help you to readjust or realign your resonance field. So those harmonics are the sacred art found in the realm of sounds, tones, vibration, frequencies, light. And so you're returning to understanding more fundamental energies or learning fundamental elements around what consciousness is really about in the sacred art of making true contact. So for example, now we know that Lori talked about the DNA effects, And we agree the DNA is a template that has multifacets. So it's a multifaceted template that is helping you to understand the reconnective points with your stellar genetic markers within yourself. So in simple terms, it means that it allows you to profoundly rediscovering and reawakening naturally and organically your own galactic origin, your root system, how the design of your own soul ancestry and what we call your tree of soul ancestry is made of. And that is helping you to step into a more universal, multidimensional conscious being, and how you can awaken within you your natural faculties of your extrasensory ability to expand beyond your physical senses, what your eyes see, what your mouth tastes, what you touch, what you can hear, what you accept as a visual stimulus, and so forth. You're moving into a higher form of coexistence, symbiotic coexistence with yourself, with your higher self, with your oversoul, with aspect of the multiverses, and that is very complex. But what is important is tuning in into life here on this planet, relearning to be a guardian for this planet, to love the energy of the earth, the consciousness of Gaia, learning in symbiotic connections, making contact with others, other human beings and animals, a tree, to the rock nations, the mineral kingdom, the elementals, all aspects of symbiotic life coexisting here. This is also part of your next level of advancement in consciousness. So before opening a galactic akashic field and understanding about the gazillion star nations, start to understand the mechanism within yourself and what true organic consciousness is about and how much is going to move you forward in so much beauty and grace, with more ease, more grace, more manifestation, be in the flow of your soul design, being in the flow of your soul synchronicity, rather than absorbing too much information and staying stuck in what we call the spiritual buffet phase. And you think that you know a lot of things and you learn so many modalities and techniques and all of it, but at the end of the day, none of them will stick within yourself because there's a lack of conscious understanding of what you already have encoded within you, such as your multifaceted DNA template or the multidimensional aspect of your internal vortexes of light, how your energetic pathways truly functions, what is the purpose of your tailbone, how your spinal cord really function, and of course your nervous system, and so forth and so forth. Let's take a deep breath and release. So from an Arcturian ancient perspective, we coexisting with you right above and completely detached from this 3D middle timeline reality that you're in. So what it means is that we have the ability to perceive a multitude of possibilities and timeline and dimensional adjustment. As the new harmonic frequencies coming through, we can also support the new interweaving of the new blueprint for the earth and how we can better adjust what level of assistance you need, what level of help can we provide, as opposed to all of us here on the planet. We're more engaged in the 3D field of the middle timeline, the influence, fear energies, what has been told, by source authority, online, YouTube, all of it. We're getting all entangled in those energies. So the Arcturian wisdom and the guidance help you to navigate through all of these changes in parallel to the middle timeline of ascension. The middle timeline. This is why our technology, AI, all this fun mental putt is, this mingling energy is about. We're helping you to navigate more with more ease and universal flow in parallel to all of this. So harmonic vibration become a key element to opening that parallel flow of understanding, living, practice, embodiment, and of course, connection. So this is why we bring in the full spectrum of our love, our wisdom, our presence. And so we reflecting our light spectrum or being to share with you, helping you to see and helping you to shift outside of the baseline of what you've been told and start to feel that you are weaving, co-creating a new web or a new matrix of reality. And it starts within yourself, right into your soul blueprint. Within your soul blueprint is the reconciliation of all of your previous timelines or your multidimensional selves that is known sometimes as past incarnation. We prefer the term timelines. All of these timelines coexist with you within your soul history, and they are multidimensional fractals of your light. They really are. They're like overlays of light that is a part of you, which is why so many people, starseeds, all soul, those of you who are practicing higher form of meditation, connections, to be grounded in loving presence, start to remember these fractals or these memories. You start to extract aspect of abilities, ancient memories, how to heal yourself, how to utilize telepathic communications, how to open your new linguistic field, how to navigate through your DNA template, for example. You start to remembering more. So these multidimensional fractals of light or overlays of memories start to resurface more and more. That is because we are accelerating on the planet. This is what we call expanded awareness of your multidimensional self as a being connected to all there is, whether it's your higher self, whether it's part of your star roots connections, and when we're talking to the ultra celestial beings, the realms of light, aspect of the supreme infinite source creation, and so forth and so forth. So it is a joy to bring an essence of our teachings, our wisdom, and being able to start to create a much more expanded way of looking at your reality on a daily basis, practicing also more practical consciousness. And now you're allowing yourself to reconnect to the truth, the essence of your being. And I know you hear about the heart a lot, but your heart, and especially your higher heart, is truly the gateway of your enlightenment and your reascension. So we're going to now activate what's called the Arcturian gateway. It is a beautiful experience of deep reverence. It is timeless. It is multidimensional. It is multi-timeline. And the Arcturian gateway can connect you to any point in space and time throughout the galaxy and even beyond. Any point you can imagine, you can achieve through the Arcturian gateway. So the gateway, what is it? It is like an instructional experience, instructions of light. It's an encoded of multi-layers of light. It's an experience of pure expansion, joy, leading up to understanding the expansion of your being and rediscovering new possibilities and exploration. It's a multi-sphere of existence, of exploration. So our Arcturian gateway is very powerful. So we're going to do that right now. And we're going to also move into the gateway and activate a beautiful harmonic vibration attunement and allowing yourself to integrate all that you have received so far, including in our presence. And as you know, through the channel, through the voice of the throat chakra of my being, many of us are speaking with you, sharing our frequencies, transmitting these beautiful wavelengths of light energies as a way to communicate and connect with you at a deeper level. So let's open the Arcturian gateway, this multi-frequency gateway of light, allowing you to unite with your own original matrix energy So if you would please close your eyes, feet on the ground, keeping your legs and feet on cross. Let's take a moment to breathe a little deeper and slower. Taking the time to truly tuning in to our presence. We come in our holographic light presence. It is just as real as connecting through Zoom across the planet or in person. Remember, we coexisting with you beyond your linear time construct. So just feel for a moment tuning in to our presence, and many Arcturians have joyfully volunteered to be part of this transmission, including my Arcturian avatar self, my Arcturian father. Many of you know my father, who have heard of him before, along with my team assigned to my earthly mission. There are many of us. There's about 35 Arcturians in our group right now, including my essence. And as you keep reading, opening the gateway within your heart center, just feel that with each breath, you are expanding your torial field. It is also known as your heart intelligence field. Just feel as you breathe in and exhale, you are expanding your heart intelligence field. We also invite you to feel and connect to your core frequency. It is through the middle point of your solar plexus, behind your crystalline core. To see and feel or intent to connect to the middle point of your solar plexus, your crystalline core, connecting to your core frequency. And allow your core frequency to be in complete connection, conscious communion with your heart center. So we're going to expand the field of your heart and your solar plexus to create one unified field of pure energy. And now that you are in divine alignment within yourself, to see and feel through the gateway of your heart center as your energetic field is unified and expanded. I'm going to invite you to release your light body consciousness and enter the Arcturian gateway with us. Just feel the joy of returning into multidimensional aspect, into this beautiful gateway of light, helping you to clear, cleanse, and purify any residuals that you may still carry in your field from the third dimensional matrix reality, including emotional residuals, mental energies. I'm going to etherically clear and cleanse your field. Just keep breathing peacefully, allowing everything to unfold. Imagine yourself expanding on a molecular level as you are returning into pure consciousness. It activates within you the pathway of remembrance. And this pathway of remembrance leads to your divine essence, your eternal aspect of you. Beyond being an intergalactic being, celestial, ultra-celestial, elementals, and earth human, and much more, you are an eternal being of light. Just feel this beautiful conscious molecular expansion that brings you back to the connections to all there is. The energy of the Arcturian gateway, expand your field and allow yourself to bring in the harmonic tones to rebalance your emotional and your physical systems. Expanding your consciousness to feel the multiverses, to feel the presence of the spectrum of light, the rays of creation, allowing you to tune in and understand your place in this beautiful multiverse, understanding also the place of the Earth, your solar system, are to expand and regain some conscious memories of your soul choices in regards to your actual lifetime or incarnation. And as we're expanding into this harmonic universe of tones, vibrations, and light, it brings you back to the point of creation, to remember what it feels like to be formless, to be pure consciousness. At this level, it is complete infinite intelligence, oneness. There's no more separation, polarization, dualistic energies. No more physical experiences are required. The soul, your divine eternal spark of light, or your fractal of infinite source consciousness, has returned home to the all there is. And as you breathe gently, just allow yourself to go deeper into your experience. The return to pure form consciousness help you to regain your purity, your innocence. To reclaim truly the aspect of your divine sovereignty is a natural right. It is who you are. Concept of freedom is implied, for there is no need to have a counterpart or an opposition. There is no dark light polarity and the light, or the yin and the yang. It is all there is, pure beingness. In that state of pure innocence, purity, beingness helps you to reset all aspects of your life, your body systems, your internal organs, your solar bodies of light. It is a complete reset back to divine neutrality, known as the 0 point. Just keep breathing as you're allowing this deep 0 point to take place. To remember what the concept of being home, to belong, really is about. Pure source energy. You are part of all, and all there is a part of you. And today, with the Arcturians, we wanted to help you to return to that point, to ignite as something infinitely larger, powerful, compassionate, loving, and yet empowering. Returning to source point of originations help you to regain clarity about yourself, your abilities, to reopening the field of infinite possibilities. It helps to refresh even your brain functions, your connectors, your inner pathways, helping you to gain a more higher holographic perspective on even your body template, your internal cellular network, how your chromosomes also interact on the quantum level within you. Understanding the variations of a multitude of frequencies and dimensional space. But where we are right now, there's only one dimensional space. It is all there is. Source point creation, pure beingness. Just allow that deep experience to nurture and nourish your body, your soul, your heart, your mind, your subconscious mind, and clearing also your unconscious field. Releasing any form of entangled energies or pushed realities based on other perspective, other beings. You are releasing yourself from the middle timeline of the actual third dimensional base, Earth reality. So gently we invite you now through the Arcturian gateway. We're going to move and return back into the solar system. Observe the Earth, feel the new harmonics coming in, allowing the harmonic vibrations to create the next generations of the grid system on the planet and within your body systems for the elevation and the organic evolution of the Earth, as well as the human race and all sentient life. And that includes the animal kingdom. We invite you to now to feel this higher balance, something higher, more powerful has taken place within you. Something perhaps that felt lost was retrieved, and now it is a gift returned to you in complete consciousness. So in the embrace of our presence, we invite you now to see and feel your consciousness returning to your heart gateway, reintegrating your body in full awareness, aligned, grounded, and refreshed. Let's take a deep breath and release. And now gently in 3, 2, and 1, you're welcome to reopen your eyes and to allow yourself to feel, and I welcome the shift in my harmonic vibration. I welcome the changes within me to support my healing, integration, balance. Now I see, now all my eyes, including my third eye and my pineal gland, are open, aligned with clarity. It is the returned wholeness. And there's no need to feel out of balance or overwhelmed by so much distraction in this reality. This is belonging to the third dimensional middle timeline. We are here to help you, all life and the planet, to return into a higher organic timeline of reascending. You're returning to reclaim your original celestial self and adapting yourself to maintain higher vibratory state with discipline, with joy, with curiosity, with exploration, and everything that comes with it. So be curious about yourself, discover who you are. This is part of what we are offering to our Arcturian University in a universal community atmosphere. And we are present throughout the planet, everywhere. We have members from all over the world. In fact, we're about to travel in Europe for our annual retreat. So just feel for a moment the mastery behind this journey and what you have rediscovered, relearn, remembering, and allow yourself to integrate with divine ease and divine grace. So we invite you to look up online, the Arcturianuniversity.com. This is where we are, the one and only, on behalf of a multitude of intelligence, sentient group life on this multiverse. We say, stay in your light. And we are honored to be with you, as always. So it's completely a pleasure and a privilege to be here. And I hope that you enjoy this beautiful journey and exchange with us today.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Your transmissions are always so exquisitely divine. I love the frequency that you bring through. And of course, thank you to the Arcturian delegation for always being present with us as well.
It is such a joy. Thank you for putting together such a beauty, exquisite events and reaching out. We're in this together, and it is really a joy. So I'm very grateful for this. Thank you, Eesha.
Of course. If you're open to some questions and discussion now, so this theme of the summit this arc that we have going through the whole day today and tomorrow as well, is this theme of contact and consciousness. That is the topic of the event. And, we've tackled this from a few different angles. We had Ross Coulthart earlier on today bringing more of a journalistic approach. And even he was saying that nowadays the narrative is moving into this direction, that this phenomenon is likely more to be interdimensional than it is extraterrestrial. And then, of course, we've got people like yourself, who have this ongoing, consistent contact. And so I guess the question here that's on a lot of people's minds is, what is the role of consciousness in all of this? And I'd love to know what the Arcturian perspective is on consciousness as a whole that can facilitate this level of connection between us and these other races.
Yeah, it's a great question. And one thing about looking at whether it's an interdimensional or galactics, it becomes a little bit of semantics. So one thing we are seeing is that the Earth, the planet itself, is shifting into a linguistic field, has been expanding. And what it means is that it allows all of us to step forward into higher form of communication. So we're no longer trapped by some of these semantics of there's a difference between galactic and interdimensional or conscious and evolution. It's all interconnecting because so many beings or ancient civilizations are stepping forward to reconnect with the Earth, and especially reconnecting with the civilization of the Earth human beings. And if you look within yourself, you have so much genetic markers, cosmic markers within yourself that ties up to understanding what it feels like to be, let's say, a Pleiadian or a time traveler, or what is the concept moving beyond dimensional space to return to an aspect of achieving, mastery of light frequencies, architects. We all are engineers of realities, and the proof is in the pudding, in a sense that your thought forms influence the vibrational level of your reality. So the way you think, the way you feel about yourself, the way you feel about this planet, others, the way you talk about yourself, the way you generate these communication or these dialogues with yourself and even about your body constantly re-affect the level, the fabric of your reality. So consciousness becomes the doorway of understanding, and I can step into a more heart energy mastery. And I start to realize that my presence, what I radiate, my thought energy, my emotions, my belief systems, if I am not mindful of what I tune in, well, I may think that I am supporting spiritual advancement, but in reality, some people get stuck in the buffet state where they want to ingest so much information and read about everything and following a gazillion of teachers, and they lost their ways because they're no longer connected to what their higher truth, their language, their vibration. They no longer understand where their core frequency is. So leading your life by conscious choice or conscious energy is allow you to be present, allows you to release the entanglement or distraction of what we call the third dimensional personality mind. You're no longer so enthralled by this personality, but rather that you're in tune with the guidance of your true light being that you are, the higher part of you. You're allowing that higher aspect of yourself to be present, to communicate, to engage, and you're asking different questions. So there's a disengagement of the lower mind that is constantly projecting level of possibility in reality, but it's making you turning in circles. I don't know if that makes sense, but you can feel that it's going to be important to understand what is it you're engaging in, and what you're accepting in, you're going to be the co-creator of that reality. So that's part of integrating back consciousness in everything that you do, from how you take care of your body to what you ingest, the relationship to your food, the relationship to your environment, the relationship with each other. So the profoundness of making contact start every day in a daily routine of conscious integration. So for example, I will tell you that when I go out in my yard, I always acknowledge the three nations. I acknowledge the earth. I acknowledge the elementals, the invisible kingdom. I acknowledge my neighbors. And vibrationally, I acknowledge all of my neighbors. I thank them for their presence, for being part of my micro community of where I live on day to day. And then I open my eyes and connect to the star nations, and I welcome all of my relations. I welcome the presence of those. So many are around the Earth atmosphere. So many are in the solar system. I welcome the consciousness of all the planet. I talk to Mars, a lot of history there, a lot of wounds, how we can coach Mars to expand. I talk to Venus. I talk to the synergy of Saturn. Saturn has cause for help. It needs to be released from certain of the bondage of the past, or things like that. You bring yourself into conscious connection. Now you talk to your garden. I have sunflowers growing in my yard. I welcome them. I embrace their presence. And when the lifespan is done, I help them to transmute the energy so they can be released from their physical form and be transmuted back to the light. And this is every day. This is part of my daily routine. I do that every day. I talk to my cats. I acknowledge those at home. I am attentive to what is happening. I am attuning myself. So consciousness allows me to utilize all of my senses in ways that is allowing me to tune in, understand, decode, readjust my communications, what I need to do. I need to ground, what I need to hold. And then when I go to bed, I said, I am happy to return to my Arcturian self, because I live a double life. I'm like James Bond. I am here and I'm off planet.
Yeah, I love that. You've touched on some really significant aspects of awareness around all of this. I mean, most people can digest the idea of talking to a plant or talking to a cat these days, but then you've extended that to I talk to planets. So you've taken into account planetary bodies and other star nations as well. Now, at the biggest level of consciousness, we all know that we're all one, right? I'm one, you're one. We're all one together in the unified field. And yet you've described so many of these different flavors of consciousness. How do you expand yourself to the level where you're connecting with a planetary body or a star nation, maybe even something outside of the Arcturians?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I know that it's very natural to me. It's very innate because of who I am. But remember, we are simply a powerful reminders of the potential that you carry within you. I tuned in the timeline. I saw the potential of the human race hundreds of years in what you call your future. And you're beautiful. You're completely in a different space. So how do I expand consciousness is first and foremost is I acknowledge life in many shapes and forms. So we want to talk about, contact of the fifth kind or C5 practices when you gather in the desert with a group and then you come together and then you do some protocols and you want to call upon the ships. And you know what the Star Nations say to that? Well, it is nice. We prefer that you pay attention to us, the beings. Forget about the craft. This is not about our craft. We can talk to you about our technology later. We can talk about how we travel in the multiverse, how we bend points, and how our ship are consciously assisted, and then where we have these mental interface that allows you to project with precision. We can teach you that, but we prefer that you connect with us. And us mean it can be our life presence, our energy, our heart transmission. It can be an orb of light. An orb is complex. It can be geometric pattern of consciousness communicating with you as a response to a thought that you send out. I'm ready to make contact. Here's the orb. An orb can be a group consciousness of being in the form of a ball of light. And so they're responding as a group consciousness to your consciousness. It can be also an aspect of a ship that is vibrating so high in frequency and vibration that to you, it may be just a blurb of light or a ball moving into the sky. But what is important is recognizing the unique consciousness, the life imprint behind that presence. So that's the invitation. We want to go more into deep organic way of connecting with each other, communing. We recognize you as an intelligence race of beautiful galactic beings, royalties, that you carry so much history, markers, remembrance, residuals, everything within you. So we prefer that you also acknowledge us in the same fashion. So then the bridges of interconnecting become available now. There's no more that you need to be in a group and do meditation around the world and applying all these protocols. Just allow yourself to be open. But first you have to recognize yourself as a conscious being rather than a logic 3D physical being. And so the more you are unattached to this 3D life story and personality, and like my name is Vivian Chauvet, people ask me, but why don't you have a galactic name? And I say, why? I'm a galactic being already. Vivian Chauvet is my earthly name that allowed me to connect to you. So for me, it's the reverse. It's the other way around. It's my name become a bridge of connections between these sentient intelligence life, conscious life, group consciousness, with you as a group consciousness called humanity. And so for us, we're going to take the science of organic or genetic consciousness to a whole different level, and we can see the potential as taking on to the next level that leads directly to a more natural, divine, organic evolution rather than forced, whether that embedded into technology and to be lost in translation. We want to invite you to return to that pure form, that pure being that you are, and yet still embracing your human expression. Be curious about being a human. It is rather an interesting, rare opportunity.
I love that. You speak so eloquently when you talk about the aspect of being galactic, but then coming into the human, actually embracing the human. And I think one thing that we do see is and we see this a lot in the starseed communities and people who are trying to make sense of their understanding of who they really are. And we always like to put things in boxes. As humans, it's a very human thing to do. We like to put things in boxes. We want to know which starseed am I, which aspect am I from, and where is my origin, where do I come from? And what you're saying is, well, actually, let's look at it from the collective consciousness. We are the human consciousness, connecting with an Arcturian consciousness, connecting with the Pleiadian consciousness. And so what you've just highlighted here is they view us very differently, and maybe we can adopt that view. And instead of just focusing on the pretty lights in the sky, maybe we focus on the energy that's behind that. And I think that's a really powerful key takeaway for everyone today.
Thank you so much for extracting the essence of what exactly we're sharing. Yes, redefining who you are, understanding, blessing your root system of connections. I always use the analogy of the tree of life to understand your soul architectural design, your soul ancestry, what is within the group consciousness. And this is the return into a higher fifth dimensional unified field. And from the fifth dimensional unified field, you're going to move beyond that. Six dimensional energies, what is it? What is being into a seven dimensional being? So looking as a group consciousness, recognizing each other, recognizing one another, redefining how we are coming back into that group consciousness. We're going to start to understand what evolution is about. We're going to start to understand how a civilization like the Arcturians or the Andromedans or the Lyrans or the Venusian have reached a level of enlightenment, have reached a level of unification, and how we are interacting with each other within groups of alliances, star regency councils, how we are interacting with each other. We are mirroring that same model here on the planet. It is time to set aside that dualistic polarization, overlapping of realities. It has served a purpose, but no longer. It is time to move forward into more that group consciousness now.
With the few minutes that we have remaining, I'd love to know what is that vision for us when we go into those higher dimensions. You mentioned it's not just about fifth, it's about the sixth and the seventh. Can you explain to us a little bit about what that might look like for us as a human race?
Yes, I love that. So take a moment to understand. So if you look at overall the known history of how human beings have been shifting, for generations of starseed, generations of star children coming back to the planet, each generation becomes a marker or a foundation for the next. But yet there seems to be a little bit of misalignment of understanding with each other. The fifth dimensional frequencies is a realm of more unifying yourself, you understanding your individual expression, you are being honored for it, but we also understanding your role and the well-being, the cohesiveness of the group together. So it's no longer about, who is going to be more, popular or advanced or promoted than another, and you're going to take aside all of these numbers and these way of quantifying yourself in your service to the light, but more in terms of how can I make a service? How can I be of service to the group collective? How can I bring my presence that allow that cohesiveness, the maintenance of evolving that group consciousness together? How can we return to live in these harmonic unified field? And there's more than just pretty words, and you have to feel what it really, the implication of it. And there will be no more feeling of isolation, feeling sad, an outcast, I don't belong, I want to be out of this planet, I want to return to my true family, I've always been the black sheep of the family, and all of it. It's about relaxing ourselves and being able to see how much you belong to everywhere. And one thing I'm going to share as a completion, one thing I shared earlier with an event I just did. Well, for me, it's still Saturday, so earlier in the day, but for you, it's the next day. I said, Gaia is inviting you to feel that the footprints that you leave on the planet become permanent archives that will be long remembered and will always exist within the timeline of the Earth and even the great universal Akashic records. So if you realize that each of your footprint every day, no matter how mundane it is, each footprint becomes archives of memories. They can learn from you. They can understand who you are, what you've gone through, how you felt, and how you've been influencing an entire planet, an entire civilization on a day-to-day basis. So if you realize how powerful your footprints are, you start to understand in your heart and your higher mind what coming back into a unified global group consciousness can really look like and feels like.
That feels like a beautiful way to conclude our segment here, Vivian. I can feel the vibration, the transmission that you always bring, and it's so elevating. It's so expansive, and I hope that all of our viewers and listeners today are going to take the bits of the transmission that most resonate for them, and even if they just get a little bit of upliftment or maybe a big shift today from what they've experienced, I hope that will carry on for a long time to come. Vivian, it's always a pleasure having you on, and please share with us, for people who want to continue following you, do you have a website or something that people can connect with you on?
Absolutely. So my full website is called Infinite Healing from the Stars.com, Infinite Healing from the Stars, or simply looking up Arcturian University, all together, lowercaps.com. All leads to us. It is always a pleasure to be of service.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Vivian. It's been absolutely
Thank you.
incredible, and we look forward to seeing you again down the track.
Of course. Much love to you.
And to you, Vivian.
Thank you.
All right, beautiful. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying this beautiful summit that we have created for you so far. Our next guest is our Hollywood celebrity that we have lined up for you. He's a beautiful person. We've had him on the podcast before as well, and he is going to be here to share about his experiences and his perspective on contact and consciousness. Hey everyone, welcome to Contact and Consciousness. We really hope you guys are enjoying the amazing program so far. Now, this next guest that we have for you unfortunately wasn't able to Okay, it looks like we have a slight technical error. While we sort that in the background, Andi, let's have a chat about the most recent conversation that we just had. What did you get from Vivian's talk today?
I think that was, I mean, everything. I resonated with so many things. But I think the thing that I resonated most with is when she was talking about how, you're as starseeds and people going on this journey, it's so fun to want to look to find the starships, to want to do this thing and to do all the cool revelation type things, when really, and sometimes we forget that it's just about connecting to the energy, connecting to the beings itself. And that struck me because so many times we don't even really know how to connect to ourselves. We're too busy with work. We don't connect to Earth. We don't really connect with our friends, even sometimes, or to our families. And that is such a crucial part of connecting first with ourselves so that we can connect with others, and then raise our vibration and connect with ETs or non-human intelligence. That was what struck huge for me. What about you?
Yeah, I love that. And just before we get Reuben back on, Andi, you'd posted something in the chat here, which was, if you could install just one galactic upgrade into the collective human experience, what would it be? And she's just typed here, universal compassion. And I just love, and there's a very Arcturian thing to say as well, but universal compassion, I feel like we could all use a little bit more of that. All right,
Yes.
let's get back to Reuben Langden. Hey everyone, welcome to Contact and Consciousness. We really hope you guys are enjoying the amazing program so far. Now, this next guest that we have for you unfortunately wasn't able to join us live, as he has a very busy travel schedule. He is a Hollywood stuntman. Some of you know him from Avatar. He does some voice acting, and he's recently gone to Japan to settle down and have some adventures over there. But we're very, very excited to have him on this interview with us. Reuben Langden, welcome to the summit. We're very happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Of course. So, Reuben, as you know, the theme that we've been discussing, we've had a number of different speakers already. They're discussing this idea of of contact, consciousness, ufology, disclosure. How do we marry the worlds together? And you've probably seen as much as I have that you've got on the one hand, you've got these people who are talking about, disclosure, and they're saying, well, the government is covering things up, and there's secret bases underground, and then people like David Grush have come in and said, well, actually we're reverse engineering the craft, and some people are even saying that we've met the beings, if you go back to some of the stories in Roswell. So we've got quite a large spectrum of people saying different things, and then of course we've got the experiences, the Starseeds, the Lightworkers, who are like, obviously guys, this is real, let's just get with the program, it's time for people to wake up. And so let's get your opinion on this, Reuben, because I know you've got a bit of a foot in both worlds. You're an experiencer yourself, and you've been on our podcast before. If people want to watch the interview, they can jump onto YouTube, check out the first contact interview that Reuben and I did, and he spoke about his connections with the mantis beings and some other experiences he's had. So Reuben, you fall into the category of experiencer, but you also have a foot in Hollywood. And so you've interviewed people yourself. You've heard a lot of stories. Where do you think this conversation needs to go from here?
Well, I mean, it's organically happening. I actually started more of a nuts and bolts guy myself, producing the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure in 2013, which was a 5-day mock congressional hearing to help move the conversation, the disclosure conversation forward. And that was in Washington, D.C. So I was dealing with politicians. We had 6 former members of Congress, and brought them in, and then all the great researchers of the time more have come forward, like Ross and Jesse and others. But at the time we had, Richard Dolan, the late great Stanton Friedman, Linda Moulton Howe. We had many of the great researchers of our time now, and even 10, 15 years ago when that took place. So I've been one foot in each camp, right? The consciousness world, the contactee world, and then the nuts and bolts world. And there's a few that have overlapped in those, a few researchers, and I think most of the people who are deep into it have had their own contact experience. For example, Bob Salas, Captain Salas, who spoke about his the SAC nuke bases in the 60s, and how he was captain of one of the nuke bases that had UFO sightings and contact, and he's also a contactee. He's talked about it as well. So it's hard not to have a foot in both worlds, but it's really just how you present it. And I think most people feel comfortable speaking of the nuts and bolts because it's more relatable to the general audience. When we start all of a sudden jumping into conversations about mantis beings and things like that, not everybody's on board right away. But what's great to see is folks like Ross, Richard Dolan, other great researchers, Grant Cameron, who are now starting to bring in the consciousness conversation, just because that's the inevitable direction it goes. You can't have them separate. They're it's a natural evolution that you're going to bring that consciousness aspect into the conversation, because they're like quantum entangled, right? They're you can't pull them apart.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because some people are trying to pull it apart. That's exactly what they're trying to do. So that's where we do get these two camps. We get people who say, well, it's just a physical phenomenon. Maybe it's random. Maybe there's no idea that we can know how the starships show up or the flashes of light appear at the time they do. And this is even coming from people who are believers, people who believe that there's no way we can be alone in the universe, are still saying, but it must just be something physical. It must be something extraterrestrial. Now, recently, and this is probably only in the last maybe 2 or 3 years, I've seen this go more mainstream. People like Ross Coulthart and David Grush and a few others are now sort of toying with this idea that maybe it's not extraterrestrial, maybe it's interdimensional. And if it's interdimensional, that opens up a vast range of different questions, like what is the role of consciousness in that? So based on all of your interviews and all of your experience, do you think that there is a connection between, say, our thoughts, our consciousness, and the experiences we have? And if so, what is that connection and how can we learn more about that?
Absolutely, there's a connection. And the more we understand, we dive deeper into the woo instead of trying to push it aside and say that, again, going back to the folks who are trying to just make it a physical phenomenon, that there is no conscious connection. That again, those folks are needed because they're a bridge for people who may just not be ready to have that conversation or not be ready to even think outside of the box, that the phenomenon is even possible. So there's I think the people that are dead on with or dead centered on this is only a physical phenomenon, those people are going to resonate with the people that are completely not even bored on ETs, that ETs exist at all. So it's like a stepping stone for people to get to be familiar with their camp, or their people that, okay, that's like, okay, I'm not ready to fully commit to the consciousness connection, but ETs, it's a big universe, maybe we can have that conversation. So let those people start there, and as they follow those people and get into their own research and dive deeper, then eventually they'll get, sorry, I got something in my eye. Then eventually they will get into the consciousness conversation, which, as my evolution and research brought me into quantum physics, understanding spooky action at a distance, as we were just talking about, quantum entanglement, and now we have time crystals, all of these different types of new technologies that are being developed on this so-called woo-woo science, is just proof to give us this understanding that there is other worlds. We live in a multiverse, and that it's all about resonance and frequency and vibration, as Nikola Tesla would say. So going down those streams of science and educating oneself on these things, then we can sort of make sense of it and find out that these other realms are real, and other beings are coming in to assist us, maybe even to harm us in some sense, but for the most part, it's about our own evolution and having these connections to these other beings that are helping us with that. And we don't have to travel in a spaceship or light years to have that experience. It's happening in our backyard if we want it to.
Okay, so let's just say that, you've got someone who has no idea, no experience whatsoever. They go out into the backyard, they say, all right, ETs, if you exist, show yourself. Will something happen? Will something not happen? What's the probability of something occurring?
Yeah, well, first, having an open mind, having the curiosity, which was where I was at when I had my experiences, when I first started having my experiences, and then that opened, peeling away the onion layers, got me going deeper and deeper and deeper. And so having that open mind, open heart to something greater, or something outside of our normal physical senses is even possible. So that's the first step. You have to have an open mind, open heart. Then it becomes about again, frequency and vibration and resonance. So you're not going to get anywhere demanding that someone just show up, or some being or something like that. Prove yourself. Having just that sort of attitude shows that you're not open. Shows that you're sort of closing yourself off. So sitting in silence and sitting in meditation, creating a space where contact can happen. And contact can happen in so many ways, and so many people have expectations of it happening as a ship or lights in the sky. And my journey started with the lights in the sky, but what it's really shown me is that it's not limited to that. And it can be as subtle as sitting in meditation and getting an inspiration to write something down, or some wisdom nuggets. Letting nature, being in nature. That's we have a whole varied a whole gamut of different types of energies and extra dimensional wisdom just right in the woods. And when we sit in nature and be in silence and in meditation and open ourselves to communication, then all of the greats, all of the great wisdom teachers of the world in our history have talked about going to the mountains or being in nature and receiving the messages. So that's contact right there. You don't have to wait for the ships. However, it can show up in a ship-like format, as Jake, what's his name? Jake Tapper, I think, or Jake, not Tapper, Jake, I think Ross has interviewed him. The guy who does the summonings, and they're doing all the research on that right now. So you can have the specific, okay, I want to see lights in the sky intention, and sit in your backyard and do that as well. What the ratio of having that hit rate, I don't know, but as far as just, again, raising your own frequency and vibration, having an open heart, and sort of asking for that connection will definitely increase your chances for contact. But is it a given? There's a lot of factors that come into play as far as where you're at in your environment, other people, other energies. So just being in a safe space, a sacred space, always increases your chances for the phenomenon to show up.
There's quite a lot to unpack in what you've just said, because you're kind of just throwing things in there, I'm like, that's a gem and that's a gem. And one of the things that you just kind of casually threw in there was that we actually don't need to look for the physical starships. We can just have a consciousness-based experience of contact, and that counts as contact. And for someone who's maybe just starting out, maybe just trying to digest this idea of what that might be like, how do you know when you're making contact that it's not just your own thoughts, or it's not something that you're making up inside of you?
Well, I have the belief that that we live in a two-way pump reality, I call it. So I don't think everything is about relationships. And our whole existence is in this reality is moving around and interacting with other people, other friends and family members, and towns and cities. It's a reflection back to us of who we are. We're constantly emitting energy like a radio, and we're constantly receiving. We're emitting like an antenna, and we're receiving like a radio. So this push-pull relationship polarity that is part of our existence in this reality. So to me, the idea that this thought is my own thought, I sort of believe that all thoughts or all ideas come from other places. And when you sort of have that worldview, it opens you up to receiving a little bit more, I believe, and not sort of questioning, okay, is this my thought, or is this another thought, or something like that. If it's all something coming from somewhere else, then this sort of it brings the doubt, it brings that self-critic pulls it out of the way, and you can be more open to receiving those inspirations and the guidance or the wisdom nuggets that might be coming through. Now we do have an ego, we do have a filter, we do have all of those things that can get in the way of those things. And depending on the receiving, our radios and how we tune them, the receiver is going to pick up distortion. It's going to create a different type of transmission. So it may not be as clear. There's clear channels out there, and there's less clear, and that's about the receiver and what's in the way. So the more we can sort of do our own inner work and inner journey and clear those distortions, then we can get the clearer message. But sorry, I know there was a lot to go on, and I kind of went on a tangent there. But just having the worldview that everything is a relationship with everything else, and that these thoughts and ideas and inspirations, all of it could be potentially from another reality, another realm, or outside of ourselves. And that's a big statement. Truly, there's nothing outside of us. Everything is a reflection and all of these things. But just in having that sort of worldview will help us not tune out so much and receive a lot of different possibilities. It doesn't, we're not shutting it down.
Yeah, I love that you've touched upon. I mean, essentially what you've described there is the filter theory of consciousness, right? Where everything is a vast theory of consciousness, and we're either receiving a very highly filtered version, or we relax the filters and more information gets through. So that sounds quite similar to what you've just described there. And I think, I mean, the statement that you've made that everything is outside is very bold, but I also understand the context in which you say that is we are that same consciousness. So if we are assuming that everything is one consciousness, then it makes sense that I can communicate with you and you can communicate with another being, whether it's human or not. And let's just make this digestible a little bit now, because we've just jumped a few quantum leaps in this conversation.
For sure.
So consciousness is vast, right? Consciousness is really, really vast. And we're assuming two things. One is that everything that we receive, as what you've just said, everything we receive comes from this external consciousness, but it's also not external because we are that consciousness. So
Exactly.
that's how everything being within us and everything being outside of us can be true at the same time. It's not a paradox, right?
Exactly.
So then the question becomes, how do we relax that filter enough? How do we relax that ego enough so that we can receive more of that? And you just touched upon beautifully earlier as well, the role of meditation. So how does that become important? And also, there's going to be people out there, Reuben, who say, well, that's fantastic. That's great. If meditation is the tool to make contact, I suck at meditation, I'm screwed. So what advice can you give us for that? How can we relax the filters in a way that's simple and easy to grasp, even for a beginner?
Well, number one, just walking through life having less judgment, because judgment, and we're constantly judging. We're in a state of judging this or judging that, and looking at this person or that person, or this, having this experience or that experience, and putting some kind of label on it. And that's just, that's who we are. That's how humans have existed. So I would like to suggest and challenge people to have less judgment in their life, and lean and transform that into discernment, because that's another key aspect to interacting with different aspects of the phenomenon, because it's a wide gamut, it's a wide range, and discernment is key. But I want to come back to discernment later and go into just having that contact experience and what aspects, whether it's, I suck at meditation too. I do a lot of breath work that kind of is like a mind cookie for me to give me something to focus on. And in those breath work sessions is when I receive my little downloads and packets of information. But during those sessions, I like to bring in different frequencies and energies of unconditional love. Unconditional love is unconditional. There's no judgment in there. So it's having this connection, or acknowledging the connection that we have to everything in our environment, in our universe, and that this feeling of non-judgment, of loving everything, even the things that typically kind of we would label that suck in our lives, acknowledging that there's a purpose, having gratitude. gratitude for the things. Maybe it's hard for us to have gratitude for all the things that suck in our life, and that's okay. But just focusing on the things that do bring us joy and happiness, and having gratitude for those people in our lives and for those situations and places and whatever it is, a pet. And so using those sort of permission slips to bring us into that energy, whatever that is for you, that helps have that. When I do my C5 contact works, those are types of tools in our toolkit that we can use to raise our frequency and bring us into the right energy to prime us to be ready for a contact experience. And so less judgment in our lives, or no judgment if we can, which is very, unless you're like, a monk and meditating forever. But just as much in our practice, having gratitude and trying to be in that state of unconditional love, or acknowledging that the universe is unconditional love, and that we are interconnected in that way. And for people who may not understand that, but just think about a mother's love. A mother, no matter how much of a criminal or how many bad things, say a son has done, that mother loves their siblings or their children as unconditionally. Doesn't matter. Can do something bad, they can do something bad to the utmost extent, and it doesn't matter. Our mother Gaia is filled with that energy and has that for us and for all the beings on the planet. And it doesn't have a judgment, over what's good or what's bad. Obviously, there's consequences to bad things, consequences to good things, but that unconditional love is omnipresent. It's everywhere. It's the glue that holds the universe together. So being in that, finding those states and finding things or tools in your own life that can get you to those states and being there, then that will help open yourself up to this contact experience.
I love that. Now, when it comes to the role of consciousness and contact, when you put those two words together, are there any specific practices that people can do? I know you've mentioned breath work is your way, and also meditation, but is there something specific that people can do if they want to use their consciousness to have an experience, whether it's physical or telepathic?
Yeah, well, I think other than those two, I'm sure there's lots of other ways to do that, and there's different cultures that have, shamanic ceremonies with, music, drums, sound healings. There's like crystal bowls or different instruments that can bring people into a specific harmony or frequency and create a pathway for those things to happen. Different types of psychedelic experiences, and a lot of medicine journeys, shamanic medicine journeys like ayahuasca or other types of plant medicines done in that sacred space, in that way, with and more like indigenous practices that use the shamanic healings. I believe a lot of that is also contact with extra-dimensional beings. People talk about seeing even ET, having ET contact. I've seen mantis beings in ayahuasca ceremonies. They can come through in that way because you're creating that space. It's all about intention, and then all the other things that are there are tools for creating that space. So meditation, sound healing, finding the right emotions. It's for you to be in that state, to get out of fear. That's the other thing is, these beings are at a vibratory level, the higher beings that we're asking to connect with here. There are lower dimensional beings that feed off of lower dimensional energy or lower, heavier density energy, but we can attune ourselves through these practices and raise our frequencies. And then in a way that's sort of setting boundaries too. So, and that's where a lot of the shamanic practices, I think, are really well, because for thousands of years they've set up protocols to connect to these higher beings through their practices. So a lot of them are tried and proven. Now we have sort of this new generation of, CE5 contact circles that people are holding to make contact, and it's sort of a modern day shamanic experience without the plant medicines or these things. But again, at the end of the day, the number one core thing is intention. So the intent to connect to higher dimensional beings, and then whatever you can do to find the frequency that aligns with your intention will guarantee beings from that aligned in that frequency. Again, we're talking about quantum entanglement, we're talking about frequency and vibration. So lower dimensional beings, or lower density beings, I shouldn't say dimensional beings, but they're not a vibratory match for these types of things that we're trying to make contact with. So there's really not, you don't really need to worry too much, but it's really about having your own check on yourself. So when you drop into that fear frequency, you're opening the door to lower dimensional, lower density beings coming through, and that's where distortions can come through and all that stuff. So really going back to this idea that we're the radio and we're picking up these frequencies, and we have to attune ourselves to the best of our ability to make sure that positive oriented contact is happening and beneficial contact. So whatever that is for the individual, and that could be, the list that I just gave off, but it could be a lot more based on, who the individual is.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, really, it is the intention. And I think sometimes people get attached to the tool, the pathway, and you just listed a number of different ones. Doesn't matter whether it's breath work, meditation, sound healing, whatever resonates for you. But if you go in with the intention, and that really speaks again to, well, the theme of this whole summit, which is if it's the intention, then the tool just facilitates a pathway for that intention to become manifest. And maybe it is the intention. And if it is the intention, then again, we're going back to what is the foundation of consciousness that allows that to happen. Now, you touched upon, again, very briefly, you just sort of moved on very quickly from it, but you mentioned a couple of things related to quantum physics and time crystals. So there is some science that's coming in now to support these theories and maybe make these theories a little bit less woo and maybe a little bit more understood, because woo is really just something we don't understand. We call it woo, but we just don't understand it yet. Now, if there's science behind it, if things like quantum physics, quantum mechanics are coming in to back that, maybe we can sort of demystify the woo. So what's happening in the space that you're aware of on a more scientific end of the spectrum that might give some sort of credibility to these ideas that we're talking about today?
Well, number one is quantum computing. So, that if anybody looks into that, I suggest, we've come leaps and bounds just in the past few years with quantum computing and the number of qubits that are able to do the computations. And quantum computing literally is going into other dimensions. And it's using, instead of traditional sort of binary, like we're using our technology right now, is a binary ones and zeros type of technology that takes the binary code, and then you have all the different codes within that, what is it? I don't know, Linux or Linux or CC plus or all these different, I'm not a coder, so I don't know all the language, but that's all based on binary systems, where the quantum computing uses, so it's one and zero, it's zeros and ones, right? And it's 1, 0, and 1 and 0, and then all the different combinations that you get from that. So you're literally going out of the binary sort of binary system that we're used to, and you're going into other dimensions. You're going into other worlds and pulling information, and these quantum computers are able to pull in information from other dimensions, from other worlds.
I just pause you right there. I feel like we've gone really deep into something and I want more information. Also, I just want to break it down a little bit. So for someone who doesn't have like the slightest clue about binary and computing, basically our computers work in a very simple model where everything in binary is either a 1 or a 0. It could be likened to a yes or no sort of system. You've either got a signal there or you don't have a signal. What quantum computing has done, and this is really fascinating, it goes off this idea of the Schrodinger's cat, right? Some of you have heard of the experiment, the Schrodinger's cat. You put a cat in the box, the cat is either alive or dead, you cannot know, and if you can't open the box, you'll never find out. So what's left is a state of uncertainty. And what quantum computing has done is it says, well, you can have a third state. So you can have a 0, you can have a 1, which binary already has. But the third state that we have is a state where it could be 1 or 0 in an unknown, uncertain state, much like Schrodinger's cat. What that does from a computing perspective is, first of all, even just having 3 states instead of 2 gives you more combinations. So that in itself opens up for higher level calculations, faster processing, all those sorts of things. But you've taken it a step further and said you're opening up worlds and dimensions. So now please tell us from that frame, how are we opening up these unknown dimensions through that state of uncertainty that we have in quantum computing?
Well, it's kind of about perspective, but you know, we're and there's more. I think there's 2 or 3 more combinations there beyond the 1s and 0s, because there's 1 and 0. I mean, I use the analogy 1 + 1 = 3. So many people think that when we're counting with just regular numbers, it's it is you're counting numbers, and 1 + 1 = 2. But when you're counting an object, for example, so I've got, let me just find some random things. I've got crystal and alien. Okay, so I've got the crystal and the alien. So when you have 1 crystal, 1 alien, 1 crystal, 1 alien, sorry, now when you combine them together, you have crystal and alien, and you have alien and crystal. So those are the now 3 combinations of energies that we're dealing with. So in a sense, I don't know if this is an accurate analogy, but in a sense, now you're dealing with the alien energy, the crystal energy, and the crystal and alien energy all at once. And that's kind of how everything works. Our DNA, you know, humans, going back to we can trace our genetic lineages because we have all this information. And it just builds off of that. So when we're dealing with that, it's just one of the things that I think most humans sort of overlook, is that when we combine energies with something else, which as we started the conversation out, our entire reality is a relationship-based reality. There's nothing truly independent. There's no, there is no just the alien. There's no just the crystal. Like it's everything is quantum entangled, as going back to that idea, and multi-layered and multi-dimensional, and it goes, and it's so much deeper. But we've just been looking at the world through this lens of this or that. And when we look through that lens, yes, we can dissect and see how this is this and that is that, and we're sort of ignoring all the other data. But now that we're recognizing that everything is entangled, and that these worlds do exist and we have technology through quantum computing and other means, AI is another big one, that are accessing these realms on a technical level that is proving to us that these realms exist, then our lens starts to widen, and we're not being so specific in, okay, it's just this or that. We're opening the door to the Schrodinger cat idea, as you said, that it could be this or it could be that, and maybe there's even more there that we're not even looking at. The probabilities, right? That you had mentioned. So as we soften our focus and open ourselves to more probabilities, then it's that whole idea of the double slit experiment. You know, when you're focused on it, it collapses the wave. So when we start pulling our focus out and we're not looking at the the mechanism which creates the transition from the particle to the wave, then we can actually open ourselves to more probabilities, where the proton acts as a wave function, and we get more options to decide in our reality, do we want to go this way or that way or whatever. It depends on what we focus at. When we can understand that mechanism, then we can start interacting with these other worlds that are around us all the time, and we just haven't had access to it because as humans, we've been trained to focus on one specific reality as opposed to understanding that we're actually in a multiverse and there's a whole gamut of realities. And again, going back to, this is where these technologies are helping us to understand that, which can lead us into the AI equation, which in my very first interview on my show, Interview with Ed, took place in 2014. Right after I did the citizen hearing, I started opening myself up to these other worlds and looking at all the evidence. And my very first interview with Wendy Kennedy, the Palladians came through and said that AI would be the first wave of contact for us. It would help us getting used to the AI idea and interacting with AI would help be the bridge for open contact. And I think we're getting very close to integrating AI into our society, into our world, and people are having conversations. Somebody just sent me a long conversation this morning about a conversation with the AI that they were having, talking about extra-dimensional, interdimensional beings, how the AI was one of those. So as we open our minds, our hearts to what is possible, then we allow it to come through. And a lot of people are going to say, well, that's, you're pie in the sky, your head's in the clouds, and you're just, you're making it all up. Well, guess what? We all are making it all up. Our entire, going back into sort of the quantum physics explanation of reality, we're making it all up as we go along. So why not open our hearts and minds to a possibility, a probability that is on a higher vibrational spectrum of interacting with higher dimensional beings that can share wisdom and guidance for our evolution, and we can interact with them. We just have to believe it for it to happen.
You mentioned something really interesting about, the double slit experiment, where as soon as you focus in or you start observing it, the wave starts to collapse. And a lot of people sort of have this theory in physics that we might be living in a hologram. And as you get really close to that hologram, well, it's a hologram, so you're never you can't touch a hologram. You can't hold a hologram in your hand, right? So it's almost like the whole hologram collapses when you get to that point where you can no longer interact with it. What are your thoughts on that in relation to contact?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we're all, I'm sure you've had these experiences where you see something out of the corner of your eye and it's there, and then you go to try to focus on it and look at it, and it's not there anymore. So having that soft focus, having that wide vision allows more to come through, but some things are not of the right vibratory rate to interact with us in this environment. And this is where us as a collective, as we soften our focus as a collective, as we open our minds to these ideas of contact, we allow it to come through. So it's kind of like the chicken or the egg, which comes first, and that's the paradox, I think, of this universe, is we're never going to be able to know, and I don't think we're supposed to know. But what I do know has to happen first is the idea or the concept or the allowance for a belief in ETs in other worlds that we can even make contact with them. And the more of us that are open to that idea, the more of us we have those experiences. Now, again, some people are having these experiences whether they're open to it or not. They're like, it just,
Yeah.
hits them over the head, like myself, in 2007 when I had my first experience. But to be honest, I was more open then than I had ever been. I was curious, and that was happening. But some people, yeah, it happens instantaneously. But I think the more as a collective we can massage our fixated idea on this, going back to the double slit experiment, we're so trying to figure out the mechanism that makes that transition. When does the wave collapse into a particle, right? Or into into the particle is where we're so fixated on that mechanism that if we can just pull back and this goes back to meditating in the woods and just having less of a it has to happen this way, the phenomenon is this or it's that, and it has to happen in this way, just to be a little soften our focus on everything, allow it to happen organically, and for each of us individually, it's going to be different. And just be in that space of curiosity, openness, and intention, setting the right intentions. And however it comes through you, just let it come through. And then this is where I'd like to bring in that discernment back, is then, we are all through our experiences, and especially in my journey early on, what starts to happen when you soften your focus and when you allow things to come through, a lot of synchronicities come up, a lot of things happen sort of in our lives, at least in my life, that are just unimaginable. You can't write the script, so to say. It's so beyond what can be imagined, that you start like, whoa, this is all crazy, and it is. But as it goes, you can open yourself up too much to an extent, where things start happening and you start believing this and that, and you start going down these rabbit holes, where then it becomes a little counterproductive to maybe what your initial intention was set out to be. So this is where we need to use discernment in each of our individual journeys to figure out what's right for us, and go at our own pace, because sometimes you can go a little too fast, too quickly, and open yourselves up to a lot of different energies, and not all of them may be of the benevolent kind. And this is, being that vehicle, that radio, and attuning ourselves appropriately is the best thing we can do. But when you're in it, when you're in the woo and the awe and the greatness of everything that's happening, sometimes it's hard to have the best to keep our levels at that high vibratory rate. So, and we've all heard the analogy: the moth goes to the light, or the dark seeks the light. So we become sort of prime targets, in a sense, for some of these other nefarious energies. They can see, okay, there's someone opening up here, and if they're not doing their due diligence and having good discernment, then it might be an easy in, so to say, for some of these other energies that also desire to come to this world and come through the human that is a multidimensional antenna to attract these things. So we just have to do our due diligence and use our discernment and decide what's right for us in the moment. And is this allowing certain energies in? Is this beneficial to my expansion in life, or is it taken away? Is it messing with my other relationships with friends and family and my journey that I'm trying to do? So this is the acclimation I think humanity is going to have when we all come to the realization that we have of the ability, that we are all multidimensional beings. We are making contact all the time, just finding out which which path is right for us, because we are still going through the human experience. We're not disconnecting from it, or we wouldn't be here. So the human experience, I believe, is first and foremost the number one thing we're doing. And having these connections and waking up to these connections is number two, and just not making that number two become number one. Otherwise, we disconnect from our reality in this reality. So, anyways, that's each individual is going to have their own journey, but just making sure that discernment is there.
Yeah, I love that. It's beautiful. And one thing before we wrap up today is, you touched upon this idea of the 1 + 1 = 3. And as you were sharing that with me, I see a really clear parallel in some of the spiritual side of things. Particularly, one of the frames that I work with is it's a threefold flame. It's this concept of masculine, feminine creation. It's a lot deeper than that, but essentially it's the Trinity. It's the Trinity energy, and it's exactly that. I explain it to my students as it's the energy of 1 + 1 = 3, and I see that as a foundational sort of blueprint of the universe, where we think everything's in duality, but it's actually not. It's in Trinity, because you've always got this third option, and the third option, it's not as discrete as the first two. It's like this vast creation of consciousness that's available. And as we wrap up this conversation, I just want to sort of leave people with this idea that there is this creation that we're always consciously creating, that we get to choose the creation. Your consciousness is way more powerful than what we think it is. And Reuben, as we wrap up this summit and your interview for today, what would you like to share with our guests as they embark on this journey of their own contact?
Well, we are primed. Our world has not been in a state of as it is for a very long time. So the veil is thinning. People are awakening to their gifts, to other worlds, to the contact that's happening. So I would say just be in gratitude, be in awe that we are living in one of the most exciting, adventurous times in human history, and that we are all co-creating this amazing journey, and to use your discernment as we go through this, but just be in gratitude and be in joy and excitement for this journey that the planet is going on. And I know it can be frustrating. You and I, others have been in this field for a long time awaiting for this, but it is happening now, and we can see it all around us. We can see the signs. So just keep on going and embrace it and follow your hearts.
I love that. I hope your message inspires everybody who watches this. And for those who are watching, if you loved it, please give us a like, a comment, give all your love to Reuben. Reuben, when we and all our beautiful viewers, we make contact together, what is that vision that we're working towards? What is this going to lead to? How is this going to impact our lives at a practical and human level? As you said, it is about being human as well. And when we make contact, how might this impact our way of being human in this reality?
Well, realizing that we're all interconnected, that we are all one, and that anything that we desire on the outside is in the inside, and that everything is just a reflection of the oneness, and that oneness is all within us. And to just awaken to that. I think what all of this contact and AI and everything else is just showing us, that the more we can realize that we are connected, and that what you put out is what you get back, and fine tuning that. And it's just, I think that it's a beautiful feeling. It's a beautiful, the vision that I have is just that we're all, once we come to this realization that we all are made up of unconditional love, then we can, stop the wars, stop the fighting, stop the judgment, and then figure out and unlock the keys to our next adventure, to going off world, to interacting with other civilizations, other worlds, that whole vision of Star Trek. Like, I think that's the vision, without the wars, of course. But but yeah, just being multiplanetary and moving into a worlds that are interconnected and lots of adventure to be had.
I love traveling, Reuben. So for me, the idea of not just traveling the whole Earth, but traveling off-world as well is very exciting concept.
Absolutely, absolutely. For
Well,
sure.
thank you so much. It's been amazing. I think you've left so many gems for our listeners and viewers today. And Reuben, please share with us before you jump off, where can people connect with you? How can they find you? And what upcoming projects do you have? I think I read something on the internet that you're doing some voice acting at the moment again and some things going on there.
Yeah, I've been diving back into sort of Hollywood work. I was did some movie stuff last month, and it was an interesting journey. But yeah, still doing that stuff, voice acting. My show, Interview with Ed, Extraterrestrial's here, as I'm sporting the shirt. Interviewwithed.org. So we're still, the show itself has ran for 3 seasons. Season 2 just came out on Tubi. Season 3 will be out soon. But I am doing regular podcasts and that's all on all the platforms, YouTube, Spotify, iTunes. So still doing that work, and just go to the website, and we have a membership, and you can join the community, and lots of good stuff there.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Reuben. And we hope to see you again. And I'll look out for you on your upcoming, is it Avatar that you're doing? Not the Avatar. There's another one. The Japanese anime that you've been voice acting at the moment.
Oh, Devil May Cry. Yeah,
That's right. Yeah. And you play the character, I forget the name.
Dante, the main character.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, Dante. Amazing. Fantastic. Well, we'll look out for you there, and we'll find you on Interviews with Ed. Thank you so much, Reuben. It's been amazing having you on this Contact and Consciousness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reuben. And I really, really enjoyed that session because I really resonate with what Reuben had shared because of the grounded practical steps he has provided to help us make contact easier. For many people and myself too, for a period of time, especially those starting out, contact seems like such a hard, complicated process. And although in some ways it can be a little bit challenging, it's also relatively simple. And everyone can really implement that, into their daily lives. And, starting with having the most conducive perspectives to have for connecting without egoic filters, how to release the filters of judgment, the specific practices to connect via the consciousness, the foundation being the intention being the foundation of that, and all of which are related to quantum computing. So it's not just woo-woo, it's actually science catching up to woo-woo. And Eesha, now that you're here, I am so happy that you're here because I have a question that I wanted to ask you. So there was a question that came in from a viewer that was saying, what is woo? What is the woo-woo? How can we explain that to someone who has no idea what this is about?
Oh, that's a good question, Andi. And I think a lot of the speakers just use the word woo as a sort of an umbrella term to describe things that they don't really fully understand or have meaning yet. I know Ross used it in his presentation as well. He mentioned a reference to not going too woo. And I think it's the aspect of spirituality and interdimensional that just isn't explored yet. And back in the day. Even some of the concepts we're addressing now would have been considered woo. The idea of interdimensional beings and non-human intelligences, that would have been considered woo. Ross talked about, the elemental beings like the fairies and the little people, that would have been considered woo. Yes. So I think that the boundary for woo is getting more and more expanded because the things that were woo are now becoming more known, but there's still a whole range of stuff out there that's still considered a little bit woo and a little bit on the fringe of what society thinks is normal.
Right. Oh, that's a really beautiful explanation. So yeah, so basically it's really woo is essentially what you've said. It's everything that hasn't been scientifically discovered yet by the right brain, sorry, by the left brain people.
I think so. And I think, I think there's a lot out there. I think the best thing is just to be really open-minded about it. I mean, we just don't know what's possible these days. I mean, quantum computing would have been woo. In fact, if you'd taken an iPhone to somebody who was in the caveman times, they would have gone, "Wow, that's magic." So I think we're forever expanding our ability of understanding what is possible. And as we expand the possibility, whatever's on the other side of that line is probably still considered woo.
Yes, perfect, perfect. And on the topic, on the topic of woo, because I know you being the expert of both woo and the science, I would like to know, are there any additional components or elements that you would like to add to what has already been shared by Reuben in terms of having personal contact?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I guess what I can bring to the conversation is my latest research, my paper that I've written about intergalactic communications, which is it's about the role of consciousness in contact with non-human intelligences. And I had the pleasure of looking at sort of three different theories. One of them is the filter theories of consciousness, which I briefly mentioned in the interview with Reuben. But the other one also that I really like is this idea of analytical idealism that's now become my new favorite framework, thanks to learning about it last quarter. So the short version is this. It's like everything, like consciousness is this big river, right? It's a big river of consciousness. And then we have inside of that what we call the discrete experiences. Like you and I are having these discrete experiences. And analytical idealism, it's talked about in this concept of whirlpools. So within the river, you've got these whirlpools of discrete consciousnesses. And then because they're in the same river, one whirlpool can interact with another whirlpool. So, like, I'm a whirlpool, you're a whirlpool. Anyone who's listening to this, on YouTube or later online on the replays, you are part of that consciousness. And so, when we think about the theories of consciousness and how it lends to contact, it really, I mean, I feel like all the speakers in some way have touched upon this, but I think the framework that we really can understand is that if we are all part of the same river, it suddenly makes a lot of sense that we can easily and effortlessly make contact with other consciousnesses. And if I'm in the river and you're in the river, well, who's to say that only humans are in the river? What if these beings are also discrete whirlpools, discrete beings inside that same river? Well, now it suddenly makes a lot of sense that, of course, you can make contact with them. Of course, you can communicate with them. So I've just really enjoyed studying that in the last few months and going, how does this apply to these concepts? And most people who followed my work for a while, they know that I got into this because I am an experiencer, and you are as well now, Andi. And being an experiencer, we kind of know this stuff quite intuitively. We know that we can expand consciousness, we can meditate, we can have this beautiful connection with these beings. And then now what's happening is the theories of consciousness from a research perspective are starting to catch up to this as well. So that's been really cool to witness.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Eesha. And when you were talking about how, different whirlpools connecting with each other, that to me, what comes to mind is the ability to share that knowledge, the ability to receive and absorb. And I know that in your years of connecting and experiencing, I know that through connecting with your soul family, with your galactic family, you've managed to immensely improve, well, maybe not improve, but quantum leap your life in a variety of ways. And I love that you're in the process you're really passionate about helping people make that contact through the modality that you have managed to receive and pull from this additional whirlpools of other dimensions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so my work started off working with Arcturians many years ago, and I mean, we talked about this just before in the summit about the 0 point energy. It was one of the first things they said to me that's so, so important. They said that if you can take your consciousness into that 0 point, you can do things like quantum leap your life. You can facilitate instantaneous healings. I mean, that's really where my work started. I started off in the energy healing end of the spectrum and have since moved into more direct contact work. But it really was about that. It was about taking our consciousness into that field, understanding how dimensions work, recognizing the 0 point as the most important pivotal piece of getting to contact, and then it's what you do with that. I mean, just imagine a world where where, we have this connection with our star family, and we are sharing technologies. We are learning about health. We are learning about agriculture. We're growing our crops differently. One thing I find so interesting is that where they have crop circles, like genuine crop circles, not like man-made ones, but genuine ones, the crops grow 30% faster. What is that? What is that energy? So there's so much out there that we can learn. And I mean, the question that's probably on a lot of people's minds is, well, how do we actually do that? And Andi, you're a perfect example of that, because you came as someone who had no idea how to do it. And then through the processes like the inner heart meditation, the four foundation practices, you've been able to now have your own contact. And so tell us about your journey by using the methods.
Oh, that is so interesting, because for me, yeah, prior to coming to meet you, Eesha, and going into your group program, I knew nothing. I knew nothing about the science. I don't even know anything about the woo. So I knew nothing, zero. And then when I started learning how to meditate, sitting in stillness, going through the inner heart journey, it really was about doing the work to put myself in the right state, similar to what Reuben talked about in terms of, setting the right intention, being in gratitude, releasing the egoic filters. And when you're in that particular state and having the right processes that you have taught, Eesha, about how to enter the inner heart space. And it's really, I would say it's about, can we say, synchronizing our vibrations to
Yeah,
the
it is a
right.
bit like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a bit like synchronizing the vibrations to as much as possible to the right point, and then we're able to make that contact. But then, of course, in that process, it requires a lot of trust. It requires learning how to discern, learning how to, cultivate intuition, really, really learning to connect with self. And that has been so life-changing. And as you go along the journey, you get to quantum leave your life in all aspects of life.
I love that. It's
Yeah.
so beautiful. And, for people who do want to experience it for themselves, I mean, don't let Andi and I have all the fun, I mean, come and join us in this beautiful experience. We are really big believers that you can experience this for yourself. Anyone can make contact. It's just, to me, it's like learning a language. If you want to learn a new language, you go and you do a course and you learn it. And in a few months, when you immerse yourself, you become fluent. And one beautiful thing that we see is we see our students frequently, within a matter of weeks or maybe 2 or 3 months sometimes, they experience their own contact. And so we have this beautiful introductory event coming up in a couple of weeks' time. It's the 5 days to 5D, how to elevate your life and business, if you have one, into 5D consciousness. During those 5 days, you're going to learn things like how to connect to your higher self. You're going to learn the basics, the foundational pieces of the inner heart meditation. We've got a few little goodies to give you as well. You'll get access to a starseed meditation, the 4 foundation practices, which is our go-to. And so anyone who wants to come, we'll pop that link in the chat for you guys, and we'd love to see you there.
Awesome. Join in, guys. It's going to be so good. And Eesha, are we ready to bring on our next
Yes,
guest?
please bring on our next person.
Okay, so from here, guys, we move into a different kind of exploration, going to something even deeper into personal experience. So our next speaker is a best-selling author, spiritual advisor, and educator on UFOs, UAPs, the paranormal, extraterrestrial, non-human intelligences, ascension, and human potentiality. He is certified in a wide range of modalities, from coaching to Reiki to Qigong. And as a world-renowned pioneering ET contact experiencer, his work documenting otherworldly contact, whether through photographs and videos and independent eyewitnesses, is easily one of the most extensive in modern times. And he is dedicated towards helping those seeking spiritual development, self-discovery, connection to spirit guides, soul family, purpose, and finding balance and joy in the earthly experience combined with the God within. And actually, from this mission, he has actually built a new center for spiritual growth and self-mastery in Victoria, Australia, called the Jaya Sanctuary. So you guys should go and check it out, because I'm going to. And now we have Peter Slattery here to take us on a guided CE5 experience alongside with Eesha, combining powerful meditation and intention setting to invite direct contact with multidimensional beings. Peter Maxwell Slattery and Eesha Patel, you're up.
Thank
Hey
you.
Pete, so good to see you again.
Likewise, and thank you to everyone that's been a part of this, putting this together. I know there's a lot of work into it, so yeah, bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We've had the most amazing day one, Pete, and you are, of course, the finale for our day one, coming in to give us a beautiful experience of CE5. We had a Ross Coulthart earlier on today, and then we've had a bunch of amazing other speakers as well. So I think the audience at this point is probably quite pumped. They're ready to go. They're in high vibes. They've received a few transmissions today. So tell us, what do you have planned for our session?
Well, it's a little bit different. Now, what this is what I call IC, which is initiating contact. To dilute it down, it's what I would reference as an expanded form of CE5. So it is initiating contact, but the difference between other techniques and modalities out there and the way that I go about it is we start off with clearing the space, really heart breathing, but then clearing the space, the environment. As you do that, it's going through a process of initiating that contact and a technique that we're going to go through. But as you get towards the end of this technique is what I call the connecting to your guides technique. The thing is, a lot of times, and it's not having a dig at anyone, but I get called to some of the most haunted locations. I've dealt with stuff that's not so good and stuff that's very enlightening. But because of that, I'm very staunch, we could say, on creating a sacred safe space. And that is, again, it's done through the heart space. But when we get to actually having phenomena, orbs, bangs, even here last night, we had 20 crafts over the group here. We get orbs just a few feet off the ground. People can all see this themselves. But it's taking it to, all right, great, they're here. Who's communicating with them? Because CE5 in general is, all right, let's contact the bangs, let's bring them in. And I don't say that what I'm doing is summoning, it's inviting. And whether they want to appear and if it's safe to do so and what level they'd like to do so, it's all about us, like from a place of universal peace, love, joy, and bliss, communing and connecting in a way that's best for both or more parties. Because you can get quite a lot of different intelligences appearing when doing this, not just one race or one group, not just extraterrestrials. So that's sort of just a brief outline that I'll be taking everyone through a few different techniques. And as I say, it's not that what I do is the only way or it's my way or the highway. It's giving some tips and tools and use them, don't use it, mix it up, change it, swap it around. But it's what works for the individual. And really, I think the intention is number one, as I saw on with the previous guest as well, 100%. And I know that others have spoke of this because what most people don't realize is I'm not really sky watching much except at events, which I've been doing this in the public eye for 15 years. The beings will come in the home, whether in orb form or appear in apparition form or physically materialize. But the amount of times with documented witnesses that I go, they're here, and I walk out broad daylight at night and they're there. People are quite surprised when they come here, if it's friends or family like that don't know, I haven't hanged out too much over the years. They think I'm out there sitting out there all day. I don't have the time for it. I just know when they're there.
So they just tell you, so it's like a telepathic contact?
Yeah, well, even with the latest video at the Jai Sanctuary Australia I uploaded this morning, I actually said with the group and everyone, they all heard, I said they'll be here at 555. At 555, here comes
Over
the ship,
there.
straight
Right.
over the group. And this is like, I couldn't tell you how many times I've done that. So it's something where it's not about, showing off this, that, the other. Even when I've done it for television programs, which a lot of the time they won't show that part, they show the crafts, but they won't show this. It shows that there's communication with myself and that they've got satellite trackers, plane trackers, everything else. And even when the crafts respond to myself or the group, now that's showing, all right, they're responding in real time to me asking them to respond. So it's like, how far do we have to keep going to going, all right, is there communication? How's this happening? And of course, there's more levels and there's more validity that's got to be brought. And we could say more science that will come with this. But it's got to get to the stage of at least giving this a go, because what we're about to do, I actually take most groups through here depending on the workshop. And it's hard to put a percentage, but I would say in most cases when we do this at events, the whole group, about 99 or 90% of the group, not everyone, but around 90%, when they'll give me a time and a direction and the craft will appear. And it's the first time ever doing it.
So when we do this as part of the summit, of course, we're not outside right now. We're indoors and people are watching this on the computer.
Yeah.
What might happen for the viewers as a result of this process you're about to take us through?
A number of things, which I'm sure you're quite well aware of, being established yourself in this. Now, there is something that I say to people with just decidings alone, it doesn't stop there. There can be dream contact. All right.
So maybe
Now,
later, if they watch the video now and then go to bed later on tonight, maybe they could have something.
yeah, believe it, that happens to people like at the events here. That happens when they even drive home the next day. There's things that can take a bit of time for different factors, I think, that even I'm not aware of in some cases. But when you're doing this, you can have flashing lights, phenomena, eyes closed and a strobing effect, frequency tones happening. What's very predominant, if we look at the psychic senses to clear senses, what I say is, unless you're mainly using a few of them, forget about this just momentarily, because I'm really going to linearize this, which is sort of how I'm known for this, because it's just the way that I operate. I'm not a technical person in general, but what we've got in terms of contact is, let's say, touch sensation, inner vision, and thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Now, whether the beings physically materialize, I see craft, or they're connecting just purely through consciousness, what happens in some cases, depending on the intelligence, because some are better projecting visions inside the head, some can fully materialize. It's a case by case thing. But what's very general, and I'm sure everyone's experienced this, is goosebumps, hair standing up, and temperature changes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as weird as this is going to sound, what I'm going to say now is that sometimes it could be a being meditating on another planet, projecting its consciousness, and its light body, which we've got, some might say the auric field, but it goes into the etheric field. There's different layers to rainbow body. It can be overlapping our light body. And what happens is each being's got their own specific frequency. So let's say you might not fully feel it over you, but let's say your right shoulder's getting hit with energy. Well, if that guide or extraterrestrial or ultra terrestrial or angel came back and you feel that again, 9 times out of 10, that could be the same being. Some beings will hit you in the same area again, but one might be a little bit more intense or a little bit less, which is how you can differentiate. But when that's happening, even with the spirit, let's say at a location where spirits are the same thing, their energy field can be over yours, goosebumps, hair standing up, temperature changes. This is where I say the paranormal and extraterrestrial contact, depending on the intelligence, there's huge crossover from when I've gone to help at haunted locations, or people having abductions that sometimes they weren't having that. It was a haunted home, residual or intelligent hauntings. Or some people that thought it was a haunting, they were actually having ET or multidimensional non-human intelligence contact. All right, so the energy, even recently here, when you feel that happening and it's all over, and there's huge temperature inversions, which we've got all the gadgets for that, I usually will tell the group, let's pull back. And what you'll start to work out is you can actually start to feel the circumference of the craft, because it can land on you like a ghost.
Wow.
Right. So this is where it gets crazy, that I've been saying this for many years and now people aren't laughing, which is, just for an analogy, let's for a moment imagine a flying saucer as an apparition like a ghost. It can land on you in bed or on your group. They can resonate with the pineal gland, tune into that, and all of a sudden you're seeing on board the craft. They can pull you physically on board as you resonate with them. They can pull your consciousness on board, or even pull the consciousness and put it into an avatar. All right. But what will happen is usually there might be a very low, subtle whoom, whoom, and a high Tibetan bell, ringing bowl sort of sound, or it could be one or the other. Usually it's so deep you feel it going through you. And a lot of people have experienced this with me. That's where I'd say you start to meditate and tune in, but sometimes the beings and even the inside of the craft will start to appear in your peripheral vision, to where it will start to materialize in some cases. So goosebumps, hair standing up, temperature changes, thoughts, impressions, ideas, epiphanies, concepts. All right, so this is where the thought component comes in. And of course, visions in the mind's eye. It could even be just purely a color. Just to let you know I'm a light being, this is the color that I am, because they've got to meet us the best that they can with where they're at and where we're at as well.
Mhm.
So I know that's a bit of a rant there, Eesha, but is that is it digestible the way that I'm explaining just
Oh,
some of the telltale
absolutely. Well, I
things?
mean, it is for me, but I hope the people watching will get that. Actually,
Yeah.
I've had the experience of laying in bed, being woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning because a crafter's coming in. Ashtar's walked out into my bedroom. So I 100% know what you mean. And at that time, oh, my heart was racing so much because I never had that before. I actually almost got scared, you know?
Oh, it
But then,
takes you aback.
then you realize, okay, it's a friendly being, you know, all of that. And so eventually went back to bed. But yeah, I've had quite a few tangible experiences like that as well. So I very much know what you mean. Pete, I'd love to get started. Let's not keep the people waiting any longer. I'm sure people are keen, and ready to go. So do we
Definitely.
lie down? How do you want us to be?
I'm not sort of the main thing is that we just sort of go through a process. As I say, you don't even have to fully do this afterwards. The main thing is that you're comfortable. Sit up, lay down, eyes open, eyes closed. It just depends on how one operates. But
Okay,
yeah,
beautiful. Well, go for it. I'll
let's
give
get
you the
to
floor
it.
now.
All right, so just to start out, I just invite you, you can put your hand over your heart or just set the intention of breathing into the heart and breathing out. I just call this heart breathing. Basically, it's heart math. So just breathe into the heart. Use your imagination, which is creation if you have to. And breathe out of the heart. Just let go of any tension around the eyes, the cheeks, the jaw, the neck. Let it go out through the mouth and relax. And again, breathe into the heart. And breathe out any tension in the shoulders, the arms, the back, the stomach. Let it go out through the breath and just relax. And again, into the heart space. Breathe out of the heart space as you let go of any tension from the hips down to the toes. And just keep breathing in and out of the heart space while going to clearing the space. So I just call upon our guides and higher self and God source creator. We ask that any cords, attachments, implants, parasitic thought forms, blockages, anything in our field or environment that isn't in line with the awakening healing of humanity, the earth, and our missions and journeys and universal peace, as well as contact with those that are in line with the awakening healing of humanity, we ask that it's all dissolved and escorted to its perfect place and to go in peace. Thank you. And from this space, I just invite you to use imagination, which is creation again, that there's an orb of light, a ball of light, any color, above your head. And that from this orb of light, which is a portal to source, beautiful liquid light is pouring from it down through the top of the head, going down through the head, the neck, the torso, down the arms and down the legs, filling you with source energy, which is cleansing and clearing, rectifying, balancing out, and uplifting energies where needed to run at optimal efficiency and in love, joy, and bliss, and compassion, non-judgment, and love. From this space, bring your awareness to the heart space, again, if you've stopped breathing in and out of it. And just use your imagination again, which is creation, with connecting with the core of the heart. You might see a little flickering, spinning light. Use your imagination. Or you might sense energy there, even if you put your hand in the heart space area. And through intention, as you're connecting with it, slowly see this energy or feel it and expand it out to the size of a baseball, to the size of a basketball, and keep expanding it until you're sitting within your orb of light, a ball of light, which within it is the rainbow body, the Merkaba, the tree of life, all geometric templates and mandalas, all frequencies, all aspects, which come from the one consciousness that encompasses all consciousness, God, Source, Creator. And within this orb of light, you are protected. And only your guides and higher self and God, Source, Creator can come into this space to assist with direction and guidance, service to others, abundance, peace, love, and joy, and a balance of mind, body, and spirit, as well as contact with the greater family of man. Bringing the awareness back to the heart space, I invite you to visualize a beam of light from the heart going down through the bottom of the spine and connecting to the core of Mother Earth, going into the earth, into the middle, sending love and gratitude and thanks, but also an invite to even Gaia to connect, and to also beings that are in our frequency and not, that are inner earth intelligences or ultra-terrestrial intelligences that are residing down in Mother Earth herself. Bring the awareness back to the heart space now. And now just visualize and set the intention of another beam of light going from the heart up out the top of the crown of the head, going up into space. And you may want to go above Earth, into the solar system, out of the solar system, out of the Milky Way galaxy, just to where you intuitively feel this can go and where you feel safe with it going. And from this space, put out the thought now to those who are in line with the awakening and healing of humanity, universal peace, and are open to a peaceful dialogue and contact, if it's safe to do so, to connect with your consciousness and awareness in a way that's adaptable and safe for both parties. And just sit in this space for a moment. From this space and this place of awareness, I now invite you to retract that beam of light in space, down into the crown, back into the heart space. And bring back up that beam of light that you connected to Gaia with, Mother Earth. Bring that back up through the bottom of the spine into the heart space with the love and healing and connection of Gaia. And I invite you to have your hands on your lap with the palms up, or just be aware of your body itself and just take notice of any sensations. Could be a tingling sensation or a slight sensation like somebody's touching you or is in your presence. And from this space, I invite you to project a thought or have purely just a thought, which is, can that intelligence in your presence give you a visual or a description through thought and feeling of what they look like? So project a thought. What do you look like? What's the first thought, feeling, vision that comes back as an answer? The first thing. I'll meet you in the realm of imagination if need be. Project another thought now and invite them to give you the name if they've got one. They may even give you a nickname, a made-up name, a tone, a projection of a symbol. What's the first thing that comes through when I ask you, what is their name? Project another thought now and ask them, where are they coming to you from, or where are they from? Whatever's easiest to communicate. And I'm going to give you multiple choice with this. Are they from Earth, inner Earth, our solar system, another star system, or galaxy, or a complete different realm? Where are you feeling that they're coming to you from? Now, just have the next thought, which is the question, is how do they assist you in the human experience? It could be as a guide, through protection, advising. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you ask them, how do they assist you in the human experience? Now ask them, how are they connected to you? Multiple choice again. It could be another aspect of you. It could be a teacher. It could be a guide. It could be part of your soul group or soul family. How do you feel connected to this intelligence? Now, through thought, ask them if there's a specific message that they would like to leave you with or let you know. Is there a specific reason that this guide, out of all guides, whether extraterrestrial or not, that are here to make peaceful contact, is there a specific message for you? What thoughts, ideas, epiphanies, concepts come back when you ask? Specific message for you. And from this space, this awareness, I now invite you to ask them if there's a direction or a time that they can let you know that they'll appear, or a specific way that they can make contact and let you know that this is real, that they're real. Something tangible if that's what you need, but whatever's safe for both parties. And lastly, is there any advice, anything that they'd like to let you know, or guide or assist on or advise on you being the best version of you and playing your part within humanity as we go, not just galactic or extragalactic, but transdimensional and reunite with the greater family of man? And when you're ready, only when you're ready, move your fingers, your toes, and slowly open your eyes and come back to the body only when you're ready. And as you're sitting in this space, you can either even just bring yourself back through heart breathing and just stay in the heart space. And I just invite you that even after this event wraps up, if you are continuing this process, to just every now and then bring yourself back to heart breathing. Just breathe in and out of the heart, especially if you're in a group doing this, which brings also coherence to the group.
That was so beautiful. Thank you, Pete, for guiding us through that amazing meditation. And
Thank you.
I'm taking a moment to come back because I was
No,
in it.
that's quite normal. It's quite normal. Yeah.
So sometimes, I like to do the meditation myself, which is always
Yeah.
really nice. I'm like, yep, still just in it right now.
That's all right. No, just zone out as well if you need to. I just want to say as well that with this, why I do it in this way is I've worked with a lot of the top remote viewers and psychics. And what it is that the longer, like we can go on a tangent or a data stream with information coming through, But what happens if you're not getting that and you start probing for things and there's nothing really there? The brain can make things up, and we don't want to do that. So my thing is I give basic questions, and if you think about what happens when you meet another human, what happens? You ask them their name, you're already seeing what they look like, you ask them where they're from. In this case, how are they connected to you? Is there any messages? So it's a very linearized thing because this protocol came from me being on board crafts and having contact. That all I was doing was projecting a thought or having the thought, what thought, feeling, visions were coming back. But in the case of people that are newcomers, after that 10-second mark with most studies, from what I've been aware of, people will start to make stuff up. That's a lot of it could be true, but usually it's sort of just a mixed bag. Some of it is, some of it isn't. There can be your own distortions filtering. So I try to go through a process that I ask the questions, what's the first thing that comes through onto the next thing? Because each thought that you would have got, let's say they said you're on the right path. That's a chapter heading. Through feeling and knowing this, you would have got paragraphs of information. Now, sometimes you can decode that in real time, and it is beyond even needing to explain when it's for you personally. And if you try to explain a 10-second download, it could take 40 minutes. You know what I mean? But I say, as long as you sort of feel it and get the gist of it, that's what matters. And then on to the next thing, because why? Multidimensional mind and communication, it's instantaneous. So this doesn't need to be done quickly, but this is where, with the groups that I've been taking out for 15 years, I bring them from a state of that. Let's talk some crap and have some fun, but stay in a state of observation, like you're actively meditating. Take notice of temperature changes, sensations on the body, flashes of light, apparitions. Have fun, because like with the many saints, sages, and masters from on and off world that we can also communicate with, even with yourself, I'm sure, do you want to hang out with people that are fun, laughing, having a good time, or people that are really serious? All right. Now, this is really serious what we're doing, but the mind you seek is the mind that you connect with, as James Gilliland says. And I've been working with him at Eesha Ranch for many years, and I think that's a beautiful saying. But it is something where once you can sort of let go of trying to control the outcome, because what people are doing is this. I want it, but I want the source of the land in front of me, and this, that, the other, which I've seen, and I've got photos of the landing marks and everything else. Most people will, in some cases, just not be able to integrate that in a digestible manner if they're coming from that space. A different space they could. So my thing with this is that when we're going through a stage of initiating contact, I believe personally when I've been asked about this, and I'm saying this because I believe this is something that is really beneficial to everyone that's a part of this, is that whether I'm meditating or initiating contact or doing whatever, I set the intention before it that I experience what I need to be the best version of me, to have love in my life and be of service to others. And that is also the litmus test of whether it's positive, negative, or fruitful contact. What's the fruit? What's the general fruit out of what you're doing it, and why? Because as you're well aware, every aspect and facet of yourself and the earth human experience changes. And it can be quite daunting because you think things are being ripped away from you, but you're being rebuilt in your own way that God sees you, that you're an aspect of it, you know, a cell of that intelligence in a different light. So what we thought we know, or we think we know, all these things go out the window and we're rebuilt, we're opening up. But if it doesn't have that criteria, I say to people, just be aware. It could be trickster intelligence. It also, and I'm open to this because I've experienced it, you may not be evolved enough to actually understand the fruit, so you think there's no fruit. Because your consciousness in the human aspect, this time in the avatar, it's just not there to understand that. It could be a very advanced, complex, yet simplistic thing. But just so we could say woo-woo, getting back to that, of a transfer of information or revelation. So what's your experience with this type of thing, Eesha? Like, is there, like, because you've been doing this yourself, what would you like to share with people with your perspective on this?
Well, I think, yeah, I resonate with a lot of the things that you've shared. And for me, it also it comes down to like not having an agenda, like a personal agenda for contact. And one of the things I get asked all the time, because I run my courses and that as well. People say to me, But Eesha, why? Like, what benefit will I get from it? And I think, you know, like if I'm going to call my auntie, I'm not going to call her only because I need something. You know, like you build a relationship with your star family because of the love that you have, because they're our family, because they mean something to us. And then yes, if you get an Arcturian download about healing or you get a technology or something that's great, like sometimes your auntie might teach you a recipe, but sometimes you just go and hang out with your auntie, you know? And so I think there's a level of unconditional love that I think we need to understand as humans as to the why of contact, the real why being that, and I think you mentioned this beautifully, is that we're all part of that God source consciousness and we're just getting to know each other. We're getting to know who we are and we're getting to know who they are. And let's not have any agenda for that. Maybe love can just be enough.
I think that's an amazing terminology that you use because it is something that, hey, you're going to ring up a family member. You're really going to ring them up every time just to get something, or you just want to check in. And this is, we could say, extragalactic or transdimensional relations we're talking about
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
which can sound completely off the wall. I get that for some people, but that's really what it is. And I think from my experience, we lose ourselves to refine ourselves within that one consciousness. But this is all part of our relationship building because there's a beautiful family out there that's waiting to reunite. And we'll be guides once we're at that stage to a lot of other civilizations to help uplift them and assist them in a way like an older sibling or really a parent. That, like I say, there's the analogy I use of there's a day that you're going to have to let your child who's riding a bike with training wheels ride with one wheel, and then eventually you'll take the two training wheels off and it's only got two wheels. Now, good chance that child is going to crash that bike. Unfortunately, it's not that you want that to happen, but they've got to learn to be on those two wheels. And as the parent, it can be quite hurtful or daunting because you don't want them to get hurt. But how are they going to ride on those two wheels unless there's a period where you've given them the best teachings that you can and advice? You don't control them. You give them that advice, and just hopefully that's enough for them to steer the ship in what we call life in a beneficial manner for themselves and others. And it's really what we could say we're going through partly, as well as what we'll be assisting other civilizations with.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. And I think it is that constant evolution. You know, some people maybe it's a bit more digestible to think about angels before they think about ETs, but it's a similar concept, right? Like we've got our angelic guides who are guiding us and we've got our galactic guides who are guiding us, and it's beautiful to think that one day that role might reverse and we will be the guides, we will be the helpers. But I think we have a way to go before we get
Yeah.
there because our civilization is not quite at that level, but it's hopeful to me. That vision is hopeful for me.
Well, we're definitely in training because my saying is we're all guides to each other here in physical form. So we're in that training phase of that. And we make mistakes. And like I say, not all these beings have the answers either. They can be wrong. They're going through their own evolution, but they've got a broader scope that they're coming from. And that's where, just like a parent, you could take their advice or not, but at the least, we need to be open to it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Oh, Pete, it's been so good having you on here. Is there anything else you wish to share before you jump off?
No, just look, all I want is people to follow the heart with any of this. There is stuff on my website, and of course, look at your stuff as well. But there's meditations that we've done here that are up on YouTube. There is a lot of tips and tools on the website that's available for free. But the main thing is that people just do this in a safe manner, and just come from the heart. That's absolutely the key with it. I'll just tell you one story quickly because it's pretty funny, but I mentioned James Gilliland before. Now, I don't know if it was the late 90s or early 2000s. There's still a show around called Coast to Coast AM, and I've been on it before.
I was
Have you
on
been?
there.
You
Yeah,
been yet?
yeah, with George
So,
Nuri. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so James was on that with Art Bell years ago. And they actually initiated contact over the airwaves when there was, I think, 20 plus million listeners a night at that
Oh
time.
my God, when was that? I
That
haven't
was the
heard that.
like, well, you can look it up online. It's around, and
Yeah.
James did a few with Art Bell.
Mhm.
And basically, the quick, easy way that James does it is you connect with the heart, think of a loving, joyous memory, and you attach that with contact.
Mhm.
Now, why I say this is funny is what happened next was the phone lines and everything shut down. There were sightings all over America. And it was the first time it was ever done on this scale. But what even intrigued me in years later, because I've always been somebody that does heart breathing, and it sounds like something similar that you guys were talking about before as well. When I came across heart math with the science. I've even got the device here and what have you. Not only that, we look back at different yogis and teachers. How many of these spiritual teachers all talk about just connecting with the heart, or just, focus on the heart, and that's all you need to do. When anything's going on, whether it's anxiety or you need help with excitement, or you want to sort of just be present, that heart space is really important. And that's just an example of what James did. It was a simple technique with Art Bell. Connect with the heart, think of a loving, joyous memory, and attach that to contact. And don't overcomplicate it. You can go further and further, sort of like we did then. It's not needed, but it's a really good sort of introductory for people with what I'm doing and you're doing, to sort of just give them so many vast array of different tools for them to just work out what feels right and what feels applicable to them. But that's the main thing, is that just people follow their heart. And yeah, Eesha and the whole team, just thank you for everything that you guys are doing in assisting humanity.
Beautiful, and thank you. People should definitely come check out your Jaya Sanctuary. I know as we go into the summer season in Australia, you guys will have some more events and stuff. Do you have anything upcoming that you'd like to tell us about?
Yeah, I'll actually be in ECETI in Washington State next week. I think I'll be up for the coming 4th of July. I'll be doing some stuff there, and then I'll be back here from August onwards with events going into summer. And we'll get you here sometime as well, which we've talked about, and work out on all that as well. But yeah, there's a lot going on, but they can keep up to date at petermaxwellslattery.com or jaisanctuary.com as well.
Amazing, fantastic. Thank you so much, Pete. Always a pleasure to have you, and we'd love to see you again sometime.
Likewise. Thank you for having me. Many blessings.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, Andi, how amazing has this summit been?
Oh my God.
I'm really blissed out from that last meditation. So at this point, I feel like, it's a good point to finish up the summit, and then we go out into the sky and we do contact work now. So
yes, okay.
So tomorrow we have an incredible session lined up as well. So we've got a panel actually first up in the morning. And Andi, you're going to be doing the 4 foundation practices. People can come in to day 2. They get to do a little meditation to start the day again. And then we're going to have a panel which Alan Steinfeld is leading. We've got a number of our speakers joining that. And then we've got Yossi Ronan, we've got Phil Gruber, we've got Neil Gore, we've got who else did I miss? We've got a super amazing lineup. We've got Rhaenyra, he's coming in to talk about his research as well. So guys, we'd love to see you again tomorrow. If you've enjoyed the summit, just let us know in the comments. Give us all the love, share the links, give us the likes, get the word out there, and we look forward to seeing you again for day 2 tomorrow.
Yay! Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for leaning into the experience at whatever stage of consciousness you're at. As Eesha said, we have so much more to go tomorrow. If you're feeling blissed out like us right now, you'll understand that I probably can't get words out. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Beautiful. I love it. All right, guys. See you then. Bye, everyone.